Every single person on this planet needs to be educated and re-educated about climate change. We are dedicated as the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change to embrace this education issue.
We can look into the eyes of our children, our grandchildren, and we can finally say, tell them that we have joined hands to bequeath a more habitable world.
L'accord de Paris pour le climat est accepté.
State Congress voted to ban abortion. Alternate universe located.
Global temperatures rise.
The effects on social media on Generation Z.
To avoid catastrophe, rising sea levels, and dying coral reefs. The epicenter of a global pandemic.
No exception for rape or incest.
Welcome to the COP30 Climate Hub on this second to last day from live broadcasting here from Belém, Brazil. And the heat is really coming to a boiling point here almost, not just outside, but also you feel it in the hallways and the negotiations because we're halfway through the final week of the COP negotiations. So, Nick, what are you hearing?
Well, it's a good question. What am I hearing? Sometimes not very much because we have very strong air conditioning here.
Yes,
I think this is
windy
where
and strong.
the engines of the supersonic jet Concorde went when they dismantled the planes. But anyway, look, good news. It's not all good news, but there is some good news. Our friends at Mission 2025, they're doing a quick tracking of things going on here. 80 countries across the global north and the global south have joined hands for a clear roadmap to move away from fossil fuels, and they've been joined by investors with over $9 trillion in assets and over 50 businesses, business groups, business associations, NGO associations. Clearly, the pressure is building again at a UN climate conference to get the world off fossil fuels, but we need more. And we need those blocking countries that don't want to do it to get out of the way. So let's see.
Let's see. Well, we're covering a multitude of topics here in our broadcast, but we have a special focus on science. And as you probably heard by now, we are partnering with the Planetary Science Pavilion, and we have regular press briefings and guests here in our studio. And there's also a way, of course, for all of you to support this campaign, the Make Science Great campaign, that we are amplifying here during the COP. So everybody can be part of this, right, Nick?
Everybody can be part of this. Everybody can have a cap. If you donate to this campaign, you can also get a hold of our special edition COP30 Make Science Great Again cap, either here in Belém or from our studios around the world. And these caps are very popular. We've seen lots of people stealing them. And
actually stealing them from right behind us during the broadcast.
Right behind us when we're broadcasting live. Yes. It's quite funny. We even, I think the Washington Times or Washington Post, one of the Washington newspapers, mentioned that they were quite popular here at the COP. And even COP President André Carreiro de Lago was wearing one of these hats the other day.
Well, I managed to get one to him.
But what you can also do is pay it forward by encouraging everyone to join the Bucket Challenge for Science. And we'll now show a film with the latest from this challenge, filmed here at COP30 by Carl, our wonderful cameraman. Let's watch it.
Good morning.
That's that, all right? So I can't hear you. What is that?
Yeah.
Would you trust a politician to prescribe you medicines? If not, why would you trust them on climate change?
Stop with the dirty hey, hey, cop dirty. Stop with the dirty
uphold the facts and the science and the scientists that are every day diligently working to understand the health of our planet are the most critical ingredient to us moving towards a world that our children deserve.
Climate science enables us to understand the planet and ultimately for humans to live in harmony with each other and our home planet Earth.
We need to stick to science. That's our best bet to build a safe, equitable, nature-positive, net-zero future.
I'd love to give this hat to my daughter. She'll be inspired by the science hat.
Gene, to you.
To Bill Gates, so maybe he changes his mind.
So we're joined again in the studio with Ingmar Renshog, who's the CEO and founder of We Don't Have Time. Ingmar, we are halfway into the final week. Your impressions so far?
It's so many things going on here, so it's really hard to get an overview. But my impression since the start of this COP, and it's actually have continued, is that it's for the first time everything is allowed to be discussed. Previous COPs have been a little bit like, if you talk about fossil fuel, you need to whisper, kind of thing. Now people talk about it very loudly, not just the activists, they have always been loud, of course, but in the negotiations, I mean, it's credible that we now have 80 countries supporting the fossil fuel phase out. We will see if that will end in the final agreement. We don't know that yet, but I think that this now, no, we can't go back. I mean, the science is out there. It's not unquestionable, and this COP shows that very, very clearly. I mean, it's 50,000 people embracing the science. We have thousands of journalists here reporting about science and what we need to do. And we are finally having an honest discussion that this is not easy, but we need to do it.
I mean, if you talk about cities, it's fossil fuels or an alternative. If you talk about transport, it's fossil fuels or the alternatives. If you talk about agriculture even, you know, in part, it's about fossil fuels with the fertilizers and the pesticides or the alternatives. So fossil fuels are behind everything that's holding us back, and getting off fossil fuels is about everything that helps us release into a better future, yeah?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, we will soon invite Kumu Nadu and Andres Gomez Orozio from the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty Initiative to this stage. But Ingmar, what is happening on the fossil fuel phase-out here?
As I said, 80 countries are supporting a fossil fuel phase-out plan. Not everyone are as bold as embracing the non-fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty.
Yeah.
That is a very concrete way to do it. It's like the non-nuclear treaty. We have that. This is the same thing. But this is also growing. So Cambodia were the latest country joining. Now it's 18 countries that have joined this treaty. It's an amazing movement where you have more than 100 Nobel Prize winners have supported it, thousands of businesses, hundreds of thousands of ordinary people. I'm one of the ones, of course, signing and embracing it.
I have too, yeah.
And it's so positive to see how it are picking up speed and traction. It's almost as popular as our caps, and they are very compatible as well. So it will be interesting to see how far this treaty will be able to move the needle here at COP. It will not be a treaty for. It will not be 199 countries joining the treaty here, of course, but there is already something very interesting going on after this COP. In April next year, Colombia has invited other countries to join them in a fossil fuel phase-out conference. I mean, imagine to have a COP where instead of having, you know, all the circus, you have the ones that really wants to be the coalition of the willing to do it and discuss how they can do it and how they can grow it. That's really incredible. So this COP will hopefully lead to something good, but even if it's not a big progress here, it will hopefully lead to be a, you know, lead up to this conference in Colombia next year, and we're looking forward to cover that event as well. So that is something we haven't seen before, and it's so important. And I would also like to say something else around the science. I mean, President Lula opened in this meeting that this is the COP of truth, and I've been talking about the schizophrenic in the Lula government, where they are drilling more and more oil, while they are actually delivering quite well on cutting, decreasing
the rate of deforestation.
Deforestation. And I thought, oh shit, this is going to be, they're really not going to like me because I'm saying this very loudly. But I feel that they want this criticism. They want to be called out. They're like, you know, smokers. They can't quit on their own, but they want to quit. So let's help them doing that. And one thing I'm really glad about, we are working with the Planetary Science Pavilion, and we were supposed to have this press briefing with the co-chairs Johan Rockström and...
So Johan Rockström, the planetary boundary
Yes.
scientist from Sweden, now head of the Potsdam Institute in near Berlin, and
yes, and Carlos
Nobre, yeah, from Sao Paulo University.
So those are, I mean, the leading scientists here. But they cancelled it because President Lula requested a meeting with them for a briefing before the final negotiations kick in. So that's a good reason to cancel a We Don't Have Time show. It's not many other reasons I accept, but that one I accept. So I'm really looking forward to see what happens here.
But you know, that is
see.
but that is a measure also of the influence the scientists have created here in this COP by having the planetary science pavilion, and they are acting like sort of almost gatekeepers, you know, or you know, if they hear somebody about to score an own goal on some piece of policy that's not consistent with the scientists, they come, don't
Yeah.
they? They come running and they tell
like
people,
have
no, it's not like
yeah.
that. You need to do this.
Yeah, they have a hotline. So if you need help with scientific facts
Yeah.
in the negotiations, when a country may be saying something that is not really according to science,
Yeah.
they help out.
Yeah.
And I would like to see this science pavilion always in political debates. It should be a science hotline. Is this fact? Is it verified in science, or is it just made up because you want to push your
Yeah, it's a good
opinion?
point. A good point. I think we should, like youth delegates, we should have a science delegate on every government delegation here, where they have to go to the scientists first before they actually open their microphones and say something.
Exactly.
That would be rather interesting, actually.
So, and I would also like to express gratitude to this information integrity initiative that Brazil, Sweden, Netherlands, Belgium, and some other countries launched last week. And it's all about that we need to trust the information. We can't mix opinion with facts.
Yeah.
It's so important for the climate discourse, but it's so important for everything in order for us to be able to navigate reality. And social media, the digital tech platforms, they have really gone off the rail here. It's super crazy. So this is already something that is very tangible coming out from this meeting. And I really hope that this information integrity will be also something that grows and grows and grows.
Sure.
Because 12 countries is a good start, but it should be 100 or 200 or every country that share this ambition to stay true to the facts and call out fake information and all that.
Absolutely. No, I think this is very important indeed. Just to say, on the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty, we also have to remember it's not just governments, national governments, it's also cities.
Yes.
For example, like Bonn, which is the host city of the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change.
Yes.
So cities are moving it. But let's, because we're wrapping up a little bit here, let's just move to the last bit, which is, you know, is there something absolutely that you want to see at on the last day of this COP, Ingmar?
I want to see fossil fuel phase out mentioned in the final agreement.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Good. Well, we're there. Thank you very much indeed for being with us. And yeah, let's move on. So yesterday at our daily science briefing, we heard about the devastating impact fossil fuel production has on the environment and, of course, on people too. Today, we're going to delve further into the topic and hear some very interesting ideas for how to leave fossil energy behind. It's now my pleasure to introduce Andrés Gómez Orozco, the Latin American coordinator for the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty. Welcome, Andrés. The floor is yours.
Thanks, Nick. Thank you very much.
Just make sure the microphone is right underneath your lips. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. First of all, we are talking here about science, and science is very clear. We need to leave fossil fuels in the ground. We know that the plans of the oil industry is doing what we don't need to do, which is trying to expand the fossil fuel industry even to the double of what we need to advance on the pathway to 1.5. We now have more oil and coal, oil and gas products and reserves that will leave us to probably 3 or 4, and it's something that we really need to stop. Life is in the middle, and life is what we are trying to defend here. And then we have these risks around the transition. Countries cannot move by themselves. It's got to be something like a multilateral instrument that could help us to get these economies, especially in the global south, to lead the way out of the fossil fuels and for life. And then we have this opportunity here, which we are not taking enough advantage of, and is that now we are expanding renewables, but we are not replacing oil and gas. So we have an expansion of electricity, but it's not replacing what we are using, the uses of coal, oil, and gas. We have more or less in 10 years the same amounts of energy that we are still using from fossil fuels, and we need that to change. This idea of leaving oil in the ground is coming from the territories. It's nothing like, it sounds new for us. Now it's very common, but it was the idea of the people in the front lines. It was the idea of the Ogoni people in Africa. It was also the idea of the Guarani people in Ecuador, and it was also the idea of the Uwa people in Colombia when they were saying, we need to leave oil, coal, and gas in the ground. And of course, we have like this big block of insular nations from the Pacific, which are leading this way. And they are also part of this, of those which are less involved in our crisis. We have these economies, very weak economies, and we have also this beautiful part of the world which is sinking because of the responsibility specifically from the north. And that's why we have this proposal, and a proposal which is really supported by the South, which is having a treaty. The Paris Agreement doesn't mention even once, only until COP22, the word fossil fuels. Then this is something that we think we need to complement the Paris Agreement in order to do that. We have like exact mentions from the International Court of Justice. We have also from the Inter-American Court that are mentions not only to the treaty, but also to the effects that oil and gas is having on us, is having on people. We know, science is know very well, 86% of all emissions are from oil, coal, and gas in the last decade. So it's something that is in the center of the crisis, and we have to handle it. And also the International Court of Justice saying that exploiting oil and gas is also something that is affecting others, even in the extraterritorial lands. It's like advancing to say oil and gas, coal, oil and gas is in the center of the crisis, and we need to address it like in the proper way. So we have also these other treaties as references. We have treaties before that have acted on issues that are menacing life. And nowadays, fossil fuels are doing exactly the same. We have the Montreal Protocol. We have also the Nuclear Weapons Treaty, and also the Mines Treaty. And those started through different pathways. One path was through the national, the United Nations, and the other one was through conferences. So that's something that we have to take into account when we are thinking on how can we manage and how can we build a treaty. We have 3 pillars in the treaty. The first one is no expansion. Science is clear. We don't need more coal, oil, and gas. We need a progressive and fair phase out of fossil fuels. We need to know that we are not thinking on that it's going to stop. We are going to stop oil, coal, and gas fossils in one day. It's gonna be progressive. It's gonna have an order. And also, very important, we have to take into account effects that actual exploitation is having in the territories. That's why proper reparation is also a pillar of the treaty. And also a just transition. How can we act in a just transition? How can we deploy diverse renewable energy to this to the people, and how can we address the matter of energy justice, because energy justice should be in the center. These are the 3 pillars of the treaty. We have mentioned now 18 countries. We had just like our new country, which is Cambodia. We are very happy to have participation of Southeast Asia. Now we have 18 countries led by the Global South. We had more than 100 Nobel Prizes, cities and subnationals. We also have organizations, and very important, we also have indigenous nationalities which support the treaty. 18 national states leading by the Pacific from the Global South, and a steering committee which is diverse. We are a campaign led by the civil society. And we have this variety of these fabulous people which are directing us and where do we have to go. And we have objectives for our campaign in 2025. Now we are in the COP and we have the first, we are hoping for having this first declaration on fossil fuels here coming from the COP30. It's a declaration that has been impulsed by the Colombian government, that we are really hoping that this is going to be a really important step, because we have for 2026 the first conference in history on fossil fuels that is going to be hosted by Colombia, by the Colombian government, and is going to change all the way we are doing things. Because, as I mentioned before, through the conferences is the way that we can have countries with higher ambitions, and these higher ambitions from the Global South are exactly related to leave fossil fuels in the ground. So we have this, for Colombia is very important because we have in our country a big dependency on fossil fuels, and also like experience of more than 100 years exploiting coal, oil and gas. So this is like the ideal framework to think on this transition and to do this first conference to talk about phasing out fossil fuels, the different topics that we have to address. We have many to talk there, and also that will be the beginning of the discussion on a treaty that will lead us to the mandate of the treaty in next conferences. So we have in this conference like the objective of the objective of meeting these high ambition countries to do this plan phase out. We have to support equity and climate justice. We have to recognize leading states, leading organizations to redefine norms in this multilateral stage. And we have to be together with the governments, the academy, the communities, the indigenous nationalities, all together to try to face this real menace to life. We have to remember science is clear and life is what matters. We cannot say that it's economy which is above life. And this is a treaty about life, and that's what we are supporting and what we are aiming for.
Good. So that was great, Andres. And so that kind of sums up what's been going on and where we are right now, and a little glimpse into the future with the conference in Colombia. coming up in April. So that's really super. I'm joined by three more great guests. I have with me Kumi Nadu, President of the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty. We've got the name right, haven't we? I thought it had been changed. That's the new name. Is that the new name? Is that the new? Okay, thank God. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Marta Scharf, Director, Program on Climate, Social Justice and Corporate Accountability with Amnesty International. Great to see you too. And Senator Rosa Galvez, Senator, Quebec, Canada, Parliamentarians for a Fossil-Free Future. So wonderful to see you too. I love Canada. My brother lives there as well, so
wow.
I'm there very often.
Thank you, Nick.
Kumi, and by the way, you're looking great, Kumi, right now. It's great to see you. You've been at the heart of the COP30 negotiations, where momentum is building around a potential global roadmap for phasing out fossil fuels, perhaps even individual roadmaps for nations coming as well. You had a press conference yesterday, I believe. What exactly is emerging in these discussions? And do you see a pathway towards a decision that can meet the scale and urgency of the climate crisis?
So I think first we should just remind ourselves that the crisis of climate change is driven by our addiction and our dependence on fossil fuels. So for the last 10 years, 86% of the cause of what's driving climate change is fossil fuels. Secondly, we should note that this COPs over the last 30 years has largely been focused on wiping the floor, mopping up the floor, and dealing with the symptoms of the crisis rather than shutting off the tap of what's causing the problem. And it took 28 years, as Andres pointed out, before the term fossil fuels was even mentioned in our outcome document. Just to put that in context, that's as absurd as Alcoholics Anonymous holding 28 years of conferences before they get a backbone to actually mention the word alcohol in the outcome document.
It's like saying, keep drinking the water, but maybe you can carry on having the alcohol, right? Which is crazy, right?
And then that relates to one of the problems why we don't have as ambitious a phase-out plan that we need here at this point in the negotiations. People shouldn't assume that we are close to getting the ambitious phase-out plan that we need from fossil fuels. And the reason for that is the largest delegation here, right? For every 25 delegates at this conference, one of them is a fossil fuel lobbyist. So there's 11,000 fossil fuel lobbyists that are at this conference, right? So again, if you stay with the Alcoholics Anonymous analogy, that's like the largest delegation to a Alcoholics Anonymous conference is the alcohol industry. So where we are is the very fact, I mean, just a couple of years ago, when we were at a COP, we were talking about, let's say, the F word, right? The F word here being fossil fuels, right?
Oh, so, good. I was a bit worried you were going to say something else, thank you. But all right.
So where we are now, we can take some comfort as a result of the civil society mobilization and so on. Yeah. The wonderful report that Amnesty International has brought out, the efforts at the ICJ, what parliamentarians are doing and so on, has now forced fossil fuels onto the agenda. But make no mistake about it, that we are not as far ahead as we need to, and we're out of line with what the science is telling us where we need to be. And that's why we can't put all our eggs in the COP basket. And that's why the Columbia conference next year in April to drill down on phasing out of fossil fuels is critically important for countries to support.
Okay, great. Marta, Amnesty has been looking at the fossil fuel infrastructure, how it affects people and ecosystems. For those of us who may not already know, and by the way, there's probably about 2 or 3 million people watching this show right now, so not everybody's an expert, but they care about the climate. What concerns you most about the risks communities are facing right now?
Thank you. So at Amnesty, we have issued several reports in the past documenting the human rights harms associated with climate change. We just issued a report this week on drought and the Horn of Africa. We've issued reports on climate-induced displacement from the Pacific, and all of these describe the impacts of what we call unnatural disasters, right? Increasing frequency and severity of storms, drought, etc. This report was different in that we wanted to convey both the depth of human rights harms by fossil fuel infrastructure at the community level and the potential scale of this phenomenon. So what we did is combine in-depth case studies in Brazil and Canada, Brazil, of course, being our current COP host, as well as smaller snapshots from several other countries in the Americas and West Africa, with a global mapping, which revealed for the first time the number of current fossil fuel infrastructure sites, the number of people who live within 1 and 5 kilometers of these sites, which is 2 billion within 5 kilometers, and 463 million within 1 kilometer. The fact that these sites are disproportionately located on both indigenous land and on ecosystems that are critical for biodiversity and for climate stability. So we have a sense of what the overall scale is, which is huge, and at the same time, in-depth descriptions of the human experience of living in a sacrifice zone, right? Corporations and governments have decided, we all have allowed fossil fuel infrastructure to be disproportionately located in racialized or minoritized communities where people's well-being are thrown away for profit based on the lie that we need fossil fuels to develop and to survive. When in fact, what we try to show is the opposite is true, with very heart-wrenching descriptions of indigenous peoples losing access to their land, with people losing access to hunting and other processes that are essential for their cultural rights and expression, as well as, of course, all of the health-related harms with which we're familiar, exposure to adverse health, birth outcomes, respiratory illness, cancer, etc.
That's a really stunning report, right? I'm sorry, I missed it. I'm going to have to read it now because that's really, really a good one. Thank you. We're going to come back. We've got time. Senator Galvez, you have been part of a growing global group of parliamentarians calling for a fossil-free future. What has motivated... It's really a dumb question because it's so kind of blindingly obvious. What has motivated so many elected officials to speak up together at this moment?
Yes, sure.
Absolutely. This is the time, isn't it?
Absolutely. So, yes, we don't have time.
Yeah.
The clock is ticking. And just would like to add that, yes, the science is behind this. The engineers have produced all kinds of renewable energy. And we have money. If we have money to militarize, we have money to transition. If you go into individual countries, it's always 50 plus. In Canada, it's almost 80% in favor of more climate action. So the big question is, what is missing? So what is missing is the alignment of the financial sector with the transition. What is missing is clear transition plans with schedules, with milestones, not only with targets, but progress report. And for that, you need parliamentarians. So parliamentarians are seizing this, evidence that if the executive, because the political will is not there yet, that the other parliamentarians, the opposition or the coalitions and the other parliamentarians, individual parliamentarians, can do and play a bigger role. So in the previous COPs, there was no room for parliamentarians, only for the executive. But little by little, we have been making our room. And so, for example, this parliamentarian friendship for a fossil-free future started with 4 and 5 people. And today we are 900 parliamentarians from 96 countries. And out of that, we have 30 plus parliamentarians that are advocating right now for a protection of the Amazon and stop any further exploration of oil in the Amazon. Why? Because this is a biodome that belongs to the whole planet, and because it allows us to tackle 3 concomitant crises. It allows us to fight climate change, it allows us to fight biodiversity loss, and allow us to reconcile with indigenous people. So what is a Canadian senator doing here is because I'm interested in doing the same thing with the boreal forest. So Canada, last year, $9.1 billion of insurance losses. There are many areas where insurance is not there. And our banks are giving money to fossil fuels. And what is the financial sector call it the double materiality. So on one hand, I say, I'm worried about these extreme weather events destruction, but on the other hand, they keep fueling the crisis. I will just want to end this question with two other metaphors. So in civilization didn't left the Stone Age because of a lack of stones, okay? We left it because we found much better, cleaner, safer, cheaper, efficient ways of producing energy. And we are there and we must follow. And the other metaphor is that we don't have the tobacco industry saying what to do with the patient with lung cancer. So lobbyists, there is no room for them here.
Absolutely. Let me just come back to Andres. You work closely with communities and policymakers across Latin America. What are you hearing on the ground right now about this region and its vision for moving beyond fossil fuels?
Yes, Nick, we are really close in the treaty to communities, to indigenous territories here. We are now in the Amazon. We, as I mentioned before, we have 11 indigenous nationalities, all of them Amazonic, that are supporting the treaty because they really want their territories to be dedicated to life, like as they have been doing all the time. And after the numbers that Marta just mentioned us, when we are talking about racialized and this structures imposed to people in the global south, what we are seeing is that we really need to reconciliate with the territories. We need real action, and this real action needs to be done really quickly. The sensation that we have all the time in the territories when we go around the Amazon, for example, is that this is also a place for energy injustice, because there is also these people there with little access to energy, and then also having all this burden of the structures that are contaminating their lives. So that's very important to think on ways of talking about energy justice when we know that there is an imbalance between the North and the South, and who is the sacrificed territories and who are in these centralities that can enjoy energy and what we think of development is. So that's very important. And for the region, we also have these economical problems that we have to face. We are talking about the treaty because countries of the global south cannot do it by themselves. There is no justice even in the debt structure, in all the financial structure, to make these countries like us, countries like Colombia, countries like those in Latin America, to move away from fossil fuels without the help of the other countries, without climate, without debt justice, without financial justice. And then that's why we, from the territories, they are also supporting a treaty that can convey to these like important topics of the discussion of phasing out, and to try to collaborate and to impulse the same treaty. We are going to have the conference in Colombia next year, and this conference is going to be like a very strong participation of civil society and indigenous communities, because we have to change also the way we negotiate, the way we relate. And this relationship should part from equity and from fairness.
Yeah. Okay. So we've got a little bit of time left, so now we can have a little chat. I mean, it's a really interesting moment, is it not, here right now? Because we have all the numbers now on the fossil fuel versus the renewables. We've seen the numbers here, the investments in renewables just going and going and going and up. We have a lot of lobbyists here for the fossil fuel industry. We have, I mean, all the science is behind what you are talking about. There's no question of the science on this. The International Energy Agency said no more new fossil fuels from, I think, 2022. So, you know, there's a lot of people behind what you are talking about. And yet, right now, it seems like the fossil fuel industry are really fighting like dogs to disrupt what's happening here, because why? Are they actually realizing they might be losing? Kumi?
So thank you. I think you introduced this question by saying we're in a very interesting time.
Yeah.
And I just want to make this point, that in 2009, at the Copenhagen Climate negotiations.
I remember it well.
At that time, we had a very broad civil society coalition of trade unions, faith institutions, and so on, called the Global Campaign for Climate Action. And its branding was, the website was tick, 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 right? So I want to just challenge us, ourselves, because I think there's a high level of cognitive dissonance and denial of reality even within our movements, right? So let me just be very explicit what I'm saying. We have been out of time for a long time, right? In 2009, we were calling for a fab deal, not a fabulous deal, but a fair, ambitious, and binding deal. And since 2009, all we've been getting are FLAB outcomes, F-L-A-B, full of loopholes and bullshit, right? And so it's very important we don't create an illusion that in fact we are only out of time now. The science, we've been out of sync with science. And I'm going to say something that will make people feel a bit uncomfortable. At the closure of Copenhagen, there was a press conference of all the different campaigners, and I was asked to close out the press conference. And I said, we must ask ourselves whether the levels of urgency would have been different if the people that were in the front line of facing impacts were people in the global north. Is it because the color of the skin of the people that are losing their lives right now? So I want to make a call to the leaders of the global north, which, by the way, only constitute 12% of the world's population. Let me just say that one more time. 88% of the population of the people in the world are in the global south. So those 12% of the world's population, and to the leaders here from these dominant so-called developed countries, I challenge them today to recognize that they have held us back because they have not felt the same level of vulnerability that indigenous peoples and people in the global south and so on has felt. And also, like as one of the leaders told me at one point, like Putin actually told me this in a meeting at the Kremlin. He said, well, in 2006, he said, well, you know, climate change might not be so bad for us because it's really cold here, and maybe some places that we couldn't do agriculture and so on, we'll be able to do agriculture.
He talked about growing grapes in Siberia, yeah.
So I just want us not to pretend that we come into this space as equals. As Mary Robinson said in Glasgow in 2021, she said, this COP is male, pale, and stale, right? And I think maybe on gender, we've done a little bit better over the years. I don't think we've dealt with the staleness, and we still have not dealt with the genuine global north-south.
Kumi, come back to this question I posed, right? There are even banks in America now, which is incredible to say, there are even banks in America that have been reducing their investment in the fossil fuel industry recently because there's not much exploration going on with the private sector in the fossil fuel industry right now. They're consolidating their positions, right? There's something going on, Kumi. The renewables are now screaming ahead. They're doubling every 2.5 years globally. Could this be the last scrap?
So 2 quick responses to that. It's great that renewables are ramping up. It needs to happen much more. The costs are coming down. All of that is good. But we just have to keep saying we can do all of that, but if you don't shut off the flow, it's a problem. And on the specific point of finance that you mentioned about the banks, the troubling problem is this. The fossil fuel industry is making I'm sorry, I'm going to say it in these words, shit loads of money, right? Such that they don't even need to borrow for their expansion activities. So they don't have a reliance on banks. So, but obviously, banks are responding in the self-interest, and the language that comes out in a space like this, they are scared about stranded carbon assets. They're worried about investing in it, and then when the world finally wakes up, they're going to be sitting with an asset that actually will have no economic value.
Let's look at this general point. I mean, what's your, generally with everybody here, there are many countries that still depend on fossil fuels, right? And there are some countries in the poor parts of the world that depend on fossil fuels. What are we going to do about them? What are we going to do about the Angolas, the Mozambiques? How do we, deal with these realities?
Listen, I think that the global north cannot let the global south commit the same mistakes. We need to help them. And then the help is about debt, renegotiation, maybe forget some of the debt. Also, the other aspect is to the transfer of technology. And the other aspect is for sure that the critical minerals that are necessary for the transition cannot be as the past extractivism model, because that won't work. That's not inclusive. But I would like to add the issue with this is the elephant in the room, which is the subsidies that the government gives to the oil and gas. Because if they can be record, reporting record profits every year, it's because we help them. We
yes,
help
and we're
them.
helping them more now than we were even a few years ago.
Yes,
yeah.
exactly. Yeah. So can you imagine? I used to think that, the trickle-down economy of the free market existed. It's a unicorn. It doesn't exist because we put a lot of subsidies and because we regulate the markets. And so we need to change those models in order to make it clear, transparent, that fossil fuels are inflationary, while renewable energy is deflationary.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. We had a counter. We don't have Time TV in Glasgow. Had a counter with the numbers from the International Monetary Fund. It was so many millions a minute or something. Exactly. And we had that running all the way through COP in Glasgow. And actually, we restarted the clock just a couple of days ago to see where we are now since Glasgow.
Yes.
And I think they've had $23 trillion since Glasgow.
Yeah.
So, something like that. It's absolutely absurd. I mean, it's so absurd.
Obscene.
I mean,
it's obscene.
I mean, we need a stand-up comedian to have a go at this one because it's absolutely so absurd and ridiculous. Please.
Yeah, I mean, not to mention that we're not taxing them. So I think you're to your point about providing assistance from, not assistance, fulfilling the obligation of the higher income countries, the historic emitters, to fund both the transition, adaptation, so capacity to survive the climate change that's already baked into the system, and loss and damage in lower income countries, which contributed almost nothing to the problem that we're in, to climate change, and that continue to experience the harms associated with climate change, as well as you said, energy poverty. One way to meet some of that obligation is to tax the wealthy who are benefiting from the current system and to tax the fossil fuel companies. So there's a negotiations going on last week in Nairobi about a binding tax convention. We see that as an important component of ensuring an end to the extractivism that you're describing, in addition to canceling debt where appropriate, et cetera.
I've never understood why it is. I mean, that, okay, there's emissions trading, or you could have a carbon tax, right? I mean, we all know that the price of a barrel of oil has gone from, say, $30 a barrel to $150 a barrel. The world never came to an end. So why can't we just slam $20 or $30 on a barrel of oil and have all that money? Then we can spend it on proper things that have value and of worth. But no, you can't do that. You can't do it, right?
Yeah.
But it's possible, right?
Absolutely. But what happened is that the oil price is set by a cartel. Right. While if you are with renewable energy, then you are independent of this cartel. And I think that bothers certain groups of people.
Right.
And the answer to this really critical question is that who controls who here? Do our governments regulate the fossil fuel industry? No, it's a fossil fuel industry that is regulating our government and giving them important decisions about peace and war have been made by the fossil fuel industry. So, for example, the illegal invasion of Iraq in 2003, American media started calling it eventually Operation Iraqi Freedom. But do you know what it was called before? It was called Operation O, Iraqi I, Liberation L, and spelled oil, and then somebody was sharp enough to say, please, let's not be as obvious. Many powerful decisions that have been made as not in the interest of ordinary people have been made in the interest of the most, and let me say something that will upset some people. The fossil fuel industry leadership, not the workers are our brothers and sisters, right? The leadership and those that control it and are making profit occupy a morally equivalent position that those that traded in human lives in the so-called slave industry occupied at that moment in history. So today, the fossil fuel owners and leaders are the equivalent of the slave owners and those that dominated that industry in a different epoch in terms of their moral and legal standing.
And certainly in the United States, it's not a surprise, right? I mean, Donald Trump asked for $5 billion from the fossil fuel industry. They gave it to him, and now he's paying them back. I mean, I don't think anybody. I mean, that's probably the most transparent piece of shit, to use your terminology, Kumi, that we've ever seen before, right? The knuckles are off in the United States. There was always the knuckles were actually in gloves before, but now they're off. Yeah.
I speaking as an American, less so.
Oh,
as
okay. I wasn't
Amnesty.
sure whether you were Canadian or American. Sorry.
Yes. Well, we're all Americans, but from the United States. I just want to add that the United States has taken on an incredibly. They've always been a spoiler. Thank you. They've always been a spoiler, but the extent to which they are now being coercive in demanding the purchase of U.S. produced natural gas is not something we should overlook, right? This is bullying, it's coercion, and they are also doubling down on extractivism for critical minerals. And I think it is essential that others stand with us, other countries stand with the activists in the United States, and demand an end to the bullying and stand up. I mean, the total capitulation in the United States is very damaging. And so other governments need to avoid that capitulation and stand up and double down on the fossil fuel phase out that, as you explained, is the urgency, the numbers, they're all there.
Yep. What about China? Sorry, this is not in the script, but now it's just a good conversation. What do we do about China with this issue? I mean, okay, some people have problems with China, with human rights and things like that, but certainly on climate change. I mean, they are tearing away on the green economy, on clean tech. Yep. We all know the numbers in terms of what they've been installing in terms of renewable energy, battery storage, even the restoration of forests, right? In China is quite incredible. I mean, they were badly trashed, so it's not the indigenous forest, but it's restoration. How can you reach out to them as a Okay, it's a fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty.
Yes.
How can we reach out to the Chinese and get them on board?
It is important to think on this high ambition coalition of countries leading from the global south that what proposing basically is to have this specific space for discussing that. And it's been the way that other treaties have also worked before, because then you have this high ambition coalition and then it's finally adapted to the United Nations like environment. And then you can force these countries to adapt to this high ambition coalition and standards that have worked before, and we think it's going to work now. We are seeing.
Will you invite China to Colombia?
We are not going to invite China to Colombia. We are having this high ambition coalition, and this high ambition coalition will operate this diversely.
Keep that microphone close to your lips.
And after that, and will of course force this participation in the near future. Is that we hope.
We are not. My understanding is the Colombian government is inviting all nations of the world to come.
Okay.
Right, but in terms of where we're putting our efforts in recruiting we want those countries that fully accept the science and fully accept the urgency of the moment we are in, but absolutely not, you're
not cherry picking individual countries.
And when I became president of the Fossil Fuel Treaty, I wrote to every single government in September last year, October last year, inviting them to be part of the process. But people might remember a Kevin Costner movie called Field of Dreams, which came out in the 80s. The old people like me might remember. And the tagline was, if you build it, they will come. And what we've been doing, so inspired by my colleague Andreas, who's been here longer than me, we have built it now. We've got a cluster of serious countries, including 3 fossil fuel exporting countries, Colombia, Pakistan, and Timor-Leste, that are on board. So once, come April, I guarantee you, what you will see is more and more countries will go. And bear in mind, the route here is that we are following a landmine treaty route. The landmine treaty was negotiated by 44 countries outside of the UN system and then brought to the UN General Assembly for ratification, and that's what we're going to do. Now, skeptics will say, even if you get that, what happens for example, US, Russia, and China did not sign the landmine treaty. But what happened was the social license had been taken, and even though they didn't formally ratify it, you saw a complete drop in the production, manufacture, and use of landmines. Sadly, the invasion by Russia of Ukraine has taken it up again. So even if the dominant fossil fuel exporting countries don't, their license would be withdrawn, and we would then be seeing a much faster demise of the fossil fuel industry, which is already happening, as you yourself said.
Yes. No, I worked for the UN for 17 years. I know a little bit about how treaties work. So you're absolutely right. It's not a breaking the deal if you don't have somebody ratify it. They can also follow it too, right?
Can I add that, you know, this transition to renewable energy is unstoppable. Nobody can stop it. Even Trump cannot stop it. And there is a void because US has left, you know, the scene, the field. And so if it's China occupying that space, and we can see it here in COP, you know, Saudi Arabia, China, Brazil, the BRICS is here aligned. And so outside or inside the treaty, I think it's unstoppable because it's cheaper, it's cleaner, it's safer, and is independent of geopolitical drama that is going on right now. And China is all over the world. You go into Colombia, Chile, and the Caribbean, and you go into Asia. It's everywhere. So I think that they are there already.
Exactly.
Talking about the United States, Nick, we have to remember that we have subnationals also being part of the treaty, and we have California.
Yeah.
And that's very important, and that's
exactly
a
the
way
sixth
of-
largest economy in the world, or it always was. We always use that number. We don't remember where we got it from. Okay. So we got 2 more minutes left. How do we wrap up this conversation? I mean, it's very interesting. We could go on and on. It's a fascinating topic. Let's think about these last few days here at the COP. What can you do in the last few days to move your case forward in terms of your treaty? Are there countries out there that you could lobby? There are rumors that the UK could join. I mean, I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. I'm from the UK, but what more do you need to do in the next few days?
We need, as a society, to put more pressure on countries to sign the Belém Declaration, which now is proposed by the Colombian government. That declaration is like marking the path to the conference that will be held by Colombia in April. So there is a very interesting way, because we are linking here the roadmap. Brazil is talking about the roadmap, and the materialization, the concrete way that we can get with this roadmap is through the conference, through the first historical step that we are doing in Colombia. I think that's very important to mention.
I would like to say that 4 parliamentarians here in Latin America proposed the same legislative initiative in 4 countries, Brazil, Colombia, Bolivia, and Ecuador, to stop exploitation of fossil fuels in the Amazon as mean of protecting the Amazon. If we can do the same for the different areas that are the common goods of the world, it will be fantastic. So I invite my parliamentarians colleagues around the world to join us.
I mean, I don't have much to add. I think the one thing that we haven't talked about a lot is the importance of social movements and the importance of civil society. And we are where we are, including on the banks and other issues, because people are fighting back. And we need to recognize that we got here to where we are with the potential to have a stronger commitment to phase out fossil fuels after 28 years of silence. And that we need to continue to leverage that momentum both within these halls and make sure these halls are safe for everybody who wants to protest, and outside to get our governments to commit to phase out fossil fuels, to sign on to the various declarations, and relatedly to commit to climate finance, because we can't simply phase out fossil fuels. We need to make sure to fund a just transition.
And I endorse all of that.
He endorses all of that. Kumi, that's the shortest response I've ever had from you, but that's also part of the transformation we're going through right now. Thank you very much indeed for being with us. It's great work. I must say, I was a bit of when I first heard about the fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty, I was a bit, that's never going to fly. And now I'm sitting here eating my humble pie. So really, well done, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
think every single person on this planet needs to be educated and re-educated about climate change. We are dedicated as the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change to embrace this education issue.
We can look into the eyes of our children, our grandchildren, and we can finally say, tell them that we have joined hands to bequeath a more habitable world.
L'accord de Paris pour le climat est accepté.
State Congress voted to ban abortion. Alternate universe located.
Global temperatures rise.
The effects on social media on Generation Z.
To avoid catastrophe, rising sea levels, and dying coral reefs, the epicenter of a global pandemic.
No exception for rape or incest.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our session, Empowering Youth in NDCs, Turning Ambition into Action. My name is Verania Chow, and I'm the Global Inclusivity Advisor at the United Nations Development Program Climate Hub. Today's discussion sits within an important global context. Half of the world's population is under the age of 30, the largest youth generation in history. Young people are already leading climate solutions, organizing at the community level, advancing climate action and policy advocacy, and holding institutions accountable. Yet, they are still too often excluded from the very decision-making spaces that shape their future. Today's session draws on the Youth Regional Consultations on NDCs 3.0, convened by YONGO and the International Indigenous Youth Forum for Climate Change in collaboration with UNDP. Our goal is to highlight not only what young people are demanding, but what they are already doing. This really focuses on enabling conditions needed to scale that leadership. So let me introduce our panelists. First, Mara Gillan from YONGO, who has helped shape the Youth Global Statement, a policy document collecting youth priorities and demands from youth organizations and representatives. Pema Wammo from the International Indigenous Youth Forum for Climate Change, whose work strengthens Indigenous youth leadership and knowledge in national and global processes. And Renata Koch from Generation 17, young leader and founder of the Empodera Clima, advancing gender equality in climate policy across Latin America and the Caribbean. So let me start with you, Mara, because your work connects directly youth voices with the spaces that are meant to shape climate policy. So the question is, what are key barriers and opportunities for young people to influence climate policy through NDCs? And how can we strengthen intergenerational equity in these processes? Over to you, Mara.
Thank you very much for the question, Verania. It's a shared experience that we have, both through the Global Youth Statement and through the regional consultations on meaningful engagement in NDCs. We find the same answers, the same barriers across regions, and they have different natures. Firstly, systemic barriers. We see discontinued communication. Sometimes national authorities engage with youth, sometimes they don't. It's not very clear, it's not very transparent at times what the NDC process entails, from design to implementation to monitoring and evaluation. And of course, children and youth cannot participate if they don't have this kind of information and if they don't have consistent communication. Then we see limited institutional mechanisms for engagement and this means that children and youth are either excluded from the decision-making process, or when they are included, it oftentimes happens at the very end of the process with limited time for consultation. And the third barrier, and I think this is a really important one, are the financial constraints, because when including children and youth is seen as a favor, financial resources aren't mobilized to ensure that they are actively involved in the process. And what that means is that the most vulnerable, the most marginalized children and youth who have a very strong lived experience are prevented from taking part in the process. And there's this assumption that children and youth should participate on a voluntary basis, and also pay for transport, for their work as well. So these are barriers that really indicate the solutions that we can adopt. There's also, really importantly, limited understanding of the importance of Indigenous knowledge and the realities of local communities. And we, children and youth, know what the solutions are. It's funding, consistent funding, structural funding, multi-annual plans, and also persistent institutional processes that are permanent, so that children and youth can build engagement and capacity throughout the years. And one last mention on this: the capacity gap is mutual. It's not just children and youth who don't have capacity and need support. It's also authorities who need to learn how to engage children and youth. And we can help them with that.
Yes. Thank you, Mara. I mean, you have highlighted how youth are organizing and advocating and building shared priorities, which is really important, but also how formal structures and platforms are still needed. So thank you so much. This really brings us to a critical element of inclusivity, which is who gets to decide and to define climate solutions and whose knowledge counts. So let me move to you, Pema, and I want to highlight that your work brings forward the perspectives and the rights of Indigenous youth, whose knowledge systems are vital for climate resilience. So let me ask you the following question. What role does Indigenous knowledge play in shaping inclusive and effective NDCs? And what does meaningful participation of Indigenous youth look like in practice? Over to you, Pema.
Thank you, Verania, for the question. I think a lot of times when I'm asked about what are Indigenous knowledges, because a lot of people always wants to know what are Indigenous knowledge actually. But whenever I'm asked that question, I know the question is always coming from considering Indigenous knowledge moving away from actually Indigenous people. Indigenous knowledge in current context have already moved away from the actual essence of it, which actually includes Indigenous people and their territories. However, right now, Indigenous knowledge are regarded as some expendable assets that can be used and that can be used as a commodities, but without actual participation and actual values that Indigenous people actually carries. And Indigenous knowledge that scientists have catched up with in recognizing the importance of how it is so important and how Indigenous people from time immemorial have been so connected with the nature, and how their values, their systems, their day-to-day practices, their everyday connection and interaction with nature works is actually the knowledge. It's not about how they get water or how they do agriculture or how they use the forest. It's about how they interact with them and how their understanding of the whole nature and humans shape. And right now, a lot of times, these all understandings have moved away from Indigenous people and are moving more towards using that knowledge and just using the knowledge only without recognizing the rights of Indigenous people. And I think that's why when I was engaging in the NDC 3 preparation process in my own country, a lot of times when I was talking to the people who are actually writing the NDCs and telling them about Indigenous perspectives, they were very shocked, like, okay, these are perspectives we never heard of. These are perspectives we don't know. That's why it's very important to actually have Indigenous people in this decision-making spaces, so that a lot of times the things that they never understand are the things that we're already living, the things that we already know. And it can only be possible with the direct participation of Indigenous people to actually integrate Indigenous knowledge. Because without that, whatever you are integrating is not indigenous knowledge. It's just something that can be written on paper and that can never be implemented. So even in the negotiation rooms that I participate in, and I see a lot of times a lot of parties are fighting in terms of like, what do we want in the documents, what do we want in the text. However, people are really forgetting that when you see this negotiation from indigenous lens, we see that this decision, when we are talking COPE works through consensus, we see that they have lost the meaning of what consensus actually means. And for indigenous people, all our decision makings come with people and nature and the environment in our heart. And that is indigenous knowledge. So that's why it's very important that whenever we're talking about indigenous people and indigenous knowledge, we do not separate and differentiate and just see knowledge and people in silos and just see indigenous territories as some expendable things where states can extract resources, or indigenous people as something they can put in rooms as tokens. It's very important to, if we really want to see the full potential of indigenous knowledge in combating climate change and in ensuring climate action, it's important that you really bring indigenous people and their perspectives, their values in the whole system that we do, in all the discussion that we do, and ensure that the discussion we are having is to people and people, humanity, and environment in our heart.
Yes. No, thank you so much, Pema. And you have reminded us that inclusion is not just about inviting voices or consulting, but recognizing rights and agency and leadership, especially of communities that historically have been excluded from climate decision making. Another essential dimension of inclusion, and this will lead me to our third participant here today, is about gender equality and gender equality in climate decision making. So Renata, let me ask you a question that basically links to your role in terms of advocating for gender responsive climate policy. How can gender-responsive climate action be better reflected in NDCs, especially to empower young women and girls in the Global South? So over to you, Renata.
Thank you so much. So great to be here. And it's extra special, actually, because I'm celebrating 10 years of following COP. I started as a teenager, and I was there actually at COP21 in Paris when the Paris Agreement was adopted. And I saw the whole process. I had the privilege to see the NDC process start and how little gender was considered, how little youth was considered, how little indigenous peoples were considered. And that has changed, luckily and fortunately, over the years. But we're still not at the point where we need to be, I think, in general, in the negotiations, and the NDCs reflect that. And so back in the first round of NDCs, we had about 40-something countries that reference gender, right? And nowadays, I mean, that number has doubled. So we have a lot of countries that are including gender, women and girls in their nationally determined contributions. But the issue is, how are they including them, right? Because sometimes countries will mention it, you tick that box, and I think as a young person that has been to many high-level spaces, that's often what happens. We get ticked the box as the young person, as the person from the Global South, as the woman that's doing this work, but we need more, right? We're at the point where we need language on gender-responsive budgeting, on gender-responsive climate finance, on policies that are feminist, that are intersectional, that are considering all groups. And so that strong language, I would say it's still extremely low on the NDCs. And it's really interesting because the countries that do include it are oftentimes developing countries, oftentimes countries from the Global South. And as a proud Brazilian, I think the countries that are feeling climate change the most are the ones that are thinking about climate justice the most, about climate adaptation, loss and damage, rather than thinking just in the long term, right? About climate mitigation and how do we solve the carbon emissions, which granted, it's still super important, but if we're not taking care of our communities, especially young women and girls that are feeling these effects right now, right? That are leaving their homes on boats due to flooding, we're not going to deal with the climate crisis with justice at the forefront, with a gender lens. And so that's what my work has been over the past few years. And I remember back in 2020, 2021, we did a review with young people of how gender was integrated. And we saw that lack of what we call gender mainstreaming in that sense, right? So sure, maybe you mention young people, maybe you mention gender, but you're not deeply including that in your policies, not even just in the NDCs, but when you go back home and when you implement these policies, we're still not seeing the level of justice and ambition that we need. And so that's where I think we are at right now in the third round of NDCs. So I'm hoping to see more of that ambition. We are seeing it coming in, but again, we need to follow the footsteps of island states that are doing incredible work talking about this, of developing countries that are leading the charge to include more women and girls, not only in the text, but in the actual decision making, in the drafting of these policies.
Thank you, Renata, and thank you, colleagues. I mean, we have heard now of 3 interconnected dimensions that very much support inclusivity within the climate process, from ambition to action. And these are youth leadership and intergenerational equity, the rights and knowledge of indigenous communities, and also gender-responsive climate policy and empowerment. So you have spoken about these key elements that should be well reflected, not only in the NDCs 3.0 that we're seeing, either submitted or countries are still preparing to submit, but really into implementation. So let me go to our next segment, and I would like to invite each of you to share one sentence, or maybe 2, I'm just looking at the time, and that it's short, bold, and actionable recommendation that really tell us how NDCs can become more inclusive. So I will start this time with Renata, then Pema and Mara. So Renata, over to you. Thank you.
Okay, so my message, especially for decision makers, for those that have the responsibility and the power to make a change, you have to see young people, especially young women from marginalized backgrounds from the Global South, as not just beneficiaries, but as actual stakeholders, as very interesting change makers that can bring about new creative solutions. So let's flip the table and let's see young people as eco-change makers, eco-decision makers in this stake.
Thank you.
Yeah, so for me, because I've been able to engage in the NDC process itself, I've realized that whenever we're talking about marginalized communities, our states are not creating a precondition for them to participate meaningfully in NDC consultations at national level. So I would like to request and I would like to demand our states to ensure that before we are preparing NDC, create a precondition where all marginalized communities, indigenous people, young people, women, have the capacity to really understand the technicality and not use the word technical. NDC is very technical to exclude these communities from actually being participating in the decision making. And let's see if they really are able to make this precondition, the next round of NDCs would be completely different. And I can guarantee that it will be completely different. So make sure you have that precondition for all the marginalized communities and especially indigenous people to engage in NDC preparation process as right holders and not just some stakeholders.
Thank you, Pema. Mara.
Thank you very much. In one sentence, we need to flip the script because I honestly, deeply do not believe it's about youth inclusion. I think it's about stopping from actively excluding children and youth from the decision-making process. This is not an accident. This is a political choice. And I think we need, instead of us having to justify why children and youth need to be part of the decision-making process, and it's obvious, we are most affected for decades to come. There are specific vulnerabilities, especially for children, and we need to take part in the design of our futures. And of course, going beyond the justification, I think it is national governments that need to justify why they are not including children and youth in the process. Because I think the answer to that question is not as obvious. And it seems like NDCs are technical, far removed, difficult to go through, but what they really are is the paths that we are building for the development of our new societies, our new economies, economies that should be in balance with nature, with each other, with communities, that should tackle inequalities. And how can we build this version of future societies if the design process itself reflects the same inequalities. So I would like to challenge decision makers to ask themselves why they are actively excluding children and youth, local communities, indigenous peoples, and how they can argue that, because I think once they arrive at an answer, and I hope the answer is that they shouldn't be doing that. Once they arrive at an answer, we're not going to see the tokenism anymore. Of course, I'm being optimistic. I'm being using rhetorical devices. We're talking also about power dynamics, and I think for us mobilizing, it's really important to understand that it's a power play in the end. There are strong interests that we're advocating against, and as activists, we feel this firsthand, and we need to come with alternative proposals. And I think all of us have the answers. You'd have the answers.
No, thank you. Thank you. It's been really exciting to hear your insightful thoughts and views. And I would like to ask you a third question. It's been very, interesting to hear your powerful voices. And I wanted to start perhaps with Pema. It's going to be the same question for all of you, but let me start with Pema. So what are your expectations for this COP30?
As Indigenous people, the COP30 has been preaching about this being an Indigenous COP, but we have already seen in Brazil itself, 4 of our relatives had already been shot because they're just defending their own territories, which even the COP presidency have acknowledged that are the climate solutions. So what I expect from this COP is to be a little bit more, to have a little bit more gut to accept that they are lagging behind in recognizing the contribution Indigenous people, young people, women, and all the marginalized communities have made in climate action and have made in protecting this Mother Earth, and also to clearly acknowledge that who is ruining this world, who is ruining our Earth, are the states, are the global north, are the polluters, and to ensure that these words are clearly defined in the text. And I would really encourage the negotiators for our states to move away from technicality and bring some human aspects in the cover decisions, and not just use words like decision, point 1, point 2, point 3, but also ensure that our decisions are really reflecting the human aspects of our experiences, and to ensure that after this COP, we move towards critical actions and not just false and shallow words.
Thank you, Pema. So let me perhaps go to you, Mara. So what are your expectations from this COP?
I have high expectations because I refuse to accept lowering them just yet. And I think there is a lot of momentum. I think we are seeing some things moving in the right direction. For us in the Children and Youth constituency in Yango, what we want to see is the recognition of the global youth statement. We want to see the recognition of the 5 key demands on the phase out of fossil fuels, on stronger NDCs that are in line with 1.5, on intergenerational equity being mentioned in the text, on adaptation elevated as a moral priority, on finance, and really the recognition of the role that children and youth play in climate action.
Yes, yes. Thank you. Renata, over to you.
There's a lot of high expectations on my end as a Brazilian, having, the first COP in Brazil, in my home country, having that tropical lens, hopefully a refreshing, more creative lens to how we're tackling the climate crisis. But specifically, I've been following the gender and climate negotiations, and this is a huge year at COP30 because we're renewing the Gender Action Plan, which is the main mechanism under the UN Climate Convention on tackling gender issues. And what I'm seeing, honestly, is slow progress. And I think as someone that has followed throughout my journey, many of the recent COPs, I've seen how we're discussing over and over similar things. And of course, it's so difficult, to have consensus to achieve diplomacy because, of course, every country has different priorities, different interests. But when it comes to such a big challenge like the climate crisis, like solving gender equality, like solving the sustainable development goals, right? I mean, we need to work together. We need to find ways to bridge the gaps, to find consensus, to see beyond what's here, right? To touch people's minds, touch people's hearts. At the end of the day, the climate climate crisis is about people. That's why I think having COP30 in Brazil is so important, because you're surrounded by incredible, civil society members from all over Latin America, indigenous peoples that are talking about how high the stakes are for them. And so my hope is that the gender action plan that we get out of this COP30 is more ambitious, is more gender responsive, more bold than whatever we've had before, because we need to see this COP as not only a conference that's going to end, but as a legacy that we're going to bring. And I often quote this, I have this quote from the Hamilton musical that says that a legacy is planting the seeds in a garden you never get to see. And that's what solving climate change is. We may not see it in our lifetime. Hopefully we do see some change, and that's why we need climate adaptation and loss and damage. But we need to think for future generations. We need to think about people that are coming after us, our daughters, our granddaughters, because we have that responsibility. And so I hope that decision makers here at COP30 can keep that in mind and go beyond just these 2 weeks and think of future generations.
Thank you, Renata. I mean, this has been so inspiring. So thank you so much for having, shared your views and your thoughts. So today's dialogue reinforces that youth are not just stakeholders to be consulted, but really, you are our partners, and you're also leaders in shaping climate policy and action. And our collective task, I would believe that it's about ensuring that the enabling environment is there, that the financial mechanisms are well established, and that the governance structures and spaces are inclusive for youth engagement from all backgrounds. So thank you so much for joining us today. I don't know if you want to share one last word. Shall we go with you, Mara?
Yes, I think we shouldn't lower our expectations ourselves. I think we need to push hard and to really insist, to aim high, because together we can and together we will, in the words of Jane Goodall.
Thank you. Renata?
Wow, I mean, I think for all young people that maybe are watching these conversations or even navigating these halls at COPs, it's confusing, it's scientific, it's technical. I mean, as someone that has been attending for many years, it's difficult, but I want everyone to know that you can be a change maker and you should be involved in these climate policies discussions, because we need everyone in this fight. We're not gonna solve the climate crisis alone. And so my message is, come and bring what you know, what you learn, what you're passionate about, and together we can kind of do a mix of all these talents, all these different knowledges, and perhaps solve this, because we haven't seen older generations do so. So maybe with younger generations, I think we can do something really cool together.
Perfect. And we're going to close with you, Pema, so go ahead.
Yes, sure. I think the one thing I really want to say is indigenous land should be in indigenous hands. Indigenous knowledge can only be possible with indigenous people, and no tokenistic representation of any communities can be tolerated again. So for everyone here, for all the negotiators, for all the state representatives, and for all the organization, even polluters who are here as well, to recognize that indigenous people are no longer their commodities to use, and young people are also no longer their commodities to use. We have knowledge, we have capacities, we have those expertise, and we want you to recognize. And I think it's no longer just recognition. We will be speaking out, we will be speaking hard, and you have to listen to us. You have no other options. That's it.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much to our speakers, and also thank you very much to our audience. And we hope to see you very, very soon in another episode, in another session like this one. Thank you.
I think every single person on this planet needs to be educated and re-educated about climate change. We are dedicated as the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change to embrace this education issue.
We can look into the eyes of our children, our grandchildren, and we can finally say, tell them that we have joined hands to bequeath a more habitable world.
L'accord de Paris pour le climat est accepté.
State Congress voted to ban abortion. Alternate universe located.
Global temperatures rise.
The effects on social media on Generation Z.
To avoid catastrophe, rising sea epicenter of a global pandemic.
No exception for rape or incest.
Welcome, everybody, to the latest in our series of Nature Positive Dialogues, live from here at COP30 in Belém, broadcast with We Don't Have Time in partnership with the Nature Positive Initiative. My name's Gemma Parks, and I'm Head of Communications for the Nature Positive Initiative. And these series of conversations, live panels and interviews are exploring the close interconnectivity between the nature and climate agendas and crises, and how we need to have joined up solutions to tackle those problems together as our only way of finding a really prosperous, sustainable, equitable foundation for a nature positive transition. And in this panel, the topic is making the business case for nature. Ambitious action in the corporate sector, bringing in the really critical business voice into these nature positive discussions. We're going to be discussing how a nature positive, climate neutral transition will de-risk and support long-term resilience for business, finance, and wider society, of course. Being both realistic and ambitious in how we look at those topics and bringing in the critical voice, as I say. We're joined by a fantastic panel today. We have Sarah Nelson, Global Lead Director of Nature and Biodiversity at KPMG International, and Tassiano Custodio, Head of Sustainability South America at Rabobank. Welcome to you both. Thanks for joining. So I'm going to turn to you first, Tassiano, if I may. How can financial flows in Brazil, but also across the wider region, be aligned with the goals of the Global Biodiversity Framework, the headline target, of course, of which is to halt and reverse biodiversity loss?
Perfect. Great, the invitation. Thanks, Gemma and the team. So it's good to be here live at COP30 in Brazil, in the Amazon. I think it's a great opportunity to showcase the challenges, but also the opportunities that lies within occupying a better, with more sustainability, to have a more climate smart land use, not only in Brazil, I'd say maybe in the global south. Rabobank, just to clarify, it is a bank that is focused in the food and agri globally, and we have over 120 years presence in Europe. We're based in the Netherlands. Here in South America, over 35 years. In Brazil, over 35 years financing agribusiness, large-scale producers. And I believe, Gemma, that we are at the crossroads at this moment, because food systems, global food system, it is part of the equation and part of the solution. So when I think about how finance is actually driving a more sustainable land use in Brazil, especially in forest-rich countries, I think that we have a huge opportunity. And we are seeing this, I'd say, maybe in three major areas. One of them is the blended finance models, where we can de-risk investments so sustainability becomes a bankable asset. On digital agriculture, data-driven solutions that improves productivity and enhance traceability of value chains. And also the carbon biodiversity-linked finance. And maybe to your point, I think this is a great opportunity for monetizing ecosystem outcomes. Just to give maybe a deeper picture on Brazil, Brazil holds over 100 million hectares of low productive and degraded pasture land. So our main mission at Rabobank, it is supporting this transition towards decoupling production expansion from land expansion. So the natural capital needs to become a bankable asset where people, landowners, see value on standing forest. And maybe this is one of the key topics I would like to see addressed here at COP30.
Yeah. And how would you say that the key role of finance can be really centralized within national biodiversity strategies and action plans, or NBSAPs as they're known?
Perfect, Gemma. At Rabo, we are looking at biodiversity into three main criteria. That is water scarcity, pollution, and land use. Of course, the three of them are super important, especially looking at primary producers, people that are producing food. across the world. And what we are seeing as the great opportunities there, it is steering our portfolio towards a land conversion-free portfolio. And to do that, we must be very competitive. We must bring in financial solutions that are competitive enough to support the option of our clients, to support the option for landowners to not exercise their rights on land conversion. Because the point is that, unfortunately, and let's be honest, deforestation and land conversion, which accounts for a large piece of the GHG emission, is still very profitable for landowners. So we need to address that. And biodiversity comes in directly connected with the land use, water scarcity, and pollution. And we truly believe that this needs to be done through competitive and innovative financial solutions to be an option for our clients to get this credit and invest in regen ag, smart climate, land use, and more technology.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Thanks for that, Tassiano. I'm going to turn to you, Sarah, now. You, with KPMG, you support a lot of businesses with their biodiversity strategies. Could you share, what would you say are some of the best ways that businesses can quantify their socio-environmental impacts and perhaps lead on contributing to nature-positive outcomes?
Yeah, sure. And delighted to be here today. So thank you so much for the invitation. And as you say, it's just absolutely brilliant to be here in the heart of the Amazon talking about nature and its key role in climate change mitigation and adaptation here at this climate COP. So I'm delighted to be here. So we indeed work with many companies on integrating nature and biodiversity right into their business models. And I think some of the key ways that we have found to do that is actually, and to make it measurable as well, is actually to work with them with really clear, standardized frameworks such as the Task Force for Nature-Related Financial Disclosures, the TNFD, which provides a really simple four-step process for businesses to be able to measure their impacts, their dependencies, their risks and opportunities on nature. And I think when you're starting to do that measurement, it's really important to start with understanding what is your baseline. Because if you don't understand what your baseline is, then it's very hard to say how you're going to improve from that baseline. So a really important step to start with is understanding what is your baseline, what is it that you're trying to measure, and then setting really clear metrics, such as the state of nature metrics that the Nature Positive Initiative has set, to really start to monitor and show progress, and to do that in a way that's consistent and that's well regarded, it's well accepted, and it's scientifically robust as well. And I think if we can do it that way, then companies can indeed progress and start to demonstrate nature positive outcomes.
No, absolutely. And thanks for mentioning the State of Nature metrics that the Nature Positive Initiative has been working with partners to develop and really have one landing point, if you like, so that there's a low barrier to entry, efficient, very user-friendly set of metrics so that businesses can measure their impacts on nature. Would you say there are other ways that some of these solutions can be scaled to really make it as broad as possible?
So I am sitting here in the COP30 process, and I think what's really interesting is I sent a message back home today saying, oh, there's so much energy here, there's really positive vibes, and they said, it feels quite distant to us. And I think that was a real wake-up call to me, because we need to just be really careful here, sitting in this conference centre, surrounded by people talking about nature and climate. And whilst it's absolutely brilliant that we are doing this, we need to remember that there is a whole world out there that we still need to influence and still don't understand or don't get why this is really important. And so I think for me, whilst I have been absolutely overwhelmed by the number of businesses here and a number of businesses really talking about nature, talking about climate, putting those right at the heart of their business models. What I haven't seen so much of is financial leads from businesses. And I think if we are going to start to scale, we need to bring the conversation. And I say that because I think for businesses, the most important thing is their bottom line and really understanding what their bottom line is. And if they don't understand how nature or climate could risk or indeed could present an opportunity to that bottom line, then I think we've lost the fight. So for me, it's about communicating outwards, about getting a message outside those that are already converted, and about really starting to think about how do you put nature and climate issues on the balance sheet. So through things like natural capital accounting and valuation, so really valuing that nature and putting that in financial terms, so that the financial leads within the organisations can really understand what does this actually mean in terms of our bottom line.
No, absolutely. And another really important process that we announced last week is with partners at the beginning of the development of a nature measurement protocol, which is super exciting. Sort of a parallel to the GHG protocol eventually, and really critical process that's going to be moving forward now. And we look forward to working with all partners in developing that. Perhaps just building on what you shared, Sarah, what would be some, I'll come to you first, Tassiano, some key areas where businesses, financial institutions, banks can really mainstream and centralize nature within their core business strategies?
Excellent. I'll build up on what was said about valuing and putting nature on the balance sheet. And when I joined the bank, I come from a food industry background. So I joined Rabobank 4 years ago, and I'm a biologist as a background. So I'm not deeply into the economics and the mathematics of banking. But one of the key issues that I found when I joined the financial institution is that the natural capital is actually not valued when we look at collateral land. So for a landowner to access a credit line, it is imperative to give a land as collateral so he can access the credit line, the funding. And what it is done for calculating this, the credit risk of the landowners, and not only at Rabobank, anywhere else in the world, in any other bank. So this is a systemic change that needs to be done. It is that the valuation of the funding of the capital that this landowner wants to access is only done on productive land. So if I have, for example, a farm of 1,000 hectares and I'm protecting 50% of it, what is accounted to access this money is actually only 500 hectares. The other 500, which is native vegetation, carbon, biodiversity, it is not taken into account when calculating the credit analysis of this landowner. So I think we need to switch, this dilemma on a global way to value nature, and that is, putting on the balance sheet. It is embedding how biodiversity, water, climate actually brings, especially in the food and agribusiness, resilience. So, for example, Rabobank, we are very much dependent on nature, and we recognize that having a more climate resilience, nature resilient portfolio of investment, it is also imperative for us that we want to look in the long-term shot with our clients.
Yeah, no, that's very, very sound. What would you add to that, Sarah?
Well, I think what I've heard from businesses is we do need to put a balance, nature on the balance sheet. But I think what's really been brought home to me at this COP is that businesses are already starting to feel the impacts of climate change and nature loss. And so the more that we do have extreme weather events and the more that ecosystem degradation occurs, the more that supply chains are actually disrupted for businesses. And so it's no longer just talking about what is a business risk, it's actually tackling those supply chain risks themselves and saying, actually, and I've heard examples since I've been here where, for example, extreme weather events have meant that actually crops that they have, like people have, and companies have traditionally grown in one country to source within that country, they can't do that anymore because extreme weather events have actually meant that the reduction in the growth of those crops have meant that they actually need to source elsewhere for the first time ever. And for me, that's actually quite scary, but it does make it very, very real. And I think those sort of real impacts is what we're really starting to see now.
Yeah, no, definitely. And as you've both noted, we're here at COP30 in Brazil, on the gateway to the Amazon, and we've heard, I think, most afternoons during COP30, tremendous tropical rainstorms that are amazing and awesome and humbling and really have made me realize how tiny we are. amidst nature. And another aspect that we've felt here very much in the Brazilian context is this very inspiring concept of mutirão, that's mentioned quite a lot around COP30. And if I've understood correctly, it's a Brazilian indigenous concept that talks of finding collective solutions to what are common problems. And there's no more common global problem than climate change and nature loss, as we've said. Could you perhaps just both share what would be some ways that you think we should all be inspired by that mutirão approach to really work together? Things are often so siloed, but there's only collaboration, I think, moving forwards if we're to hope to tackle these issues of climate change and nature loss, those two crises. Tassiano, what would you say about that?
Gemma, I will bring the Brazilian perspective on mutirão, which is a collective action, well said. I think I'll bring two concrete results I like to see from mutirão all working together. The first one is the implementation of the Brazilian Forest Code, which is key. It is fundamental for Brazil to implement its forest code and especially tackle the illegal deforestation, which accounts for 90% of the total deforestation that takes place in my country. So I think this is imperative for us to validate the land registry, which only it is the end of 2024 was only 4% validated. So it's still 96% of being validated. So I think this is the basics for us to, to attract competitive international capital to support this transition in Brazil. And the second one, this is also a very concrete result. I do see a great, I talked on the first question on the blended finance structures where we share risk. So this is the mutirão risk sharing. So we are all together sharing the risk of a structure that will support landowners, primary producers, companies, to transition to a low carbon economy, to protect nature and biodiversity. And by doing this, I think that brands, large brands, has a key role on participating in this is very technical, but in the first loss, on the junior tranche with a small amount of money, but the higher risk on the operation. And this would allow us, to have more catalytic money coming in on the mezzanine, so it is in the medium tranche of a financial structure, and large bank like Rabobank could own the senior tranche, which is the large chunk of money. And I think this is already gaining more traction, which is brand taking part, putting their skin on the game, and bringing their brands into financial structure. So I think this would be great.
Yeah, no, lots of good steps there. Sarah, how would you say the mutirão concept of collective action to common problems, how can businesses be inspired by that?
Well, we've definitely felt that collective action and energy here in Brazil over the last couple of weeks. And I think all credit to the Brazilians for their hugely infectious energy as well. So just an example of that, I actually walked in this morning. I'm very tired. I've been here for nearly 3 weeks now. And I had a whole group of volunteers who cheered me in as I came into the building, which really sort of gave me a blast of energy. And I think that sort of blast of energy is what we all need going forwards. In terms of sort of specific examples of what I would like to see, so we sit here in the COP30 under the climate change COP, but last year I was just down in Cali in Colombia at the biodiversity COP, and I know there is a third COP, a UNCCD COP, the desertification COP, and those together make up what we call the Rio Conventions that were agreed back in 1992. And I think whilst it's brilliant that we do have these 3 conventions to tackle these 3 key issues, my concern is that by creating those 3 independent structures, we actually led to siloed conversations between those 3 different conventions and those 3 topics of climate change, of biodiversity loss, and of land use and desertification. So what I've really been inspired by is the work of the Brazilians to bring those together into something called a synergies agenda, where we really look at those issues together. And I think the sort of final point is it's not just about land, it's not just about climate, it's not just about biodiversity, but what I've really learned here is it's also about people.
Absolutely. Thanks for that, Sarah. And as you say, we've been talking about a decade of action, but this will be a year of action with those key COPs coming up across desertification, biodiversity, and climate, the Rio Trio, if you like. So lots of opportunity for action. We're joined also by Daniel Carreira. Well, fantastic that you could join us. We know how busy COP30 agendas are, so thanks so much for being here. Daniel is Head of Finance Sector Engagement in the Centre for Nature and Climate at the World Economic Forum. So welcome.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Apologies for running late. The other panel was late. So.
No, fully understand. And I'm going to jump right into it. We've been discussing quite a bit with Tassiano and Sarah around how nature, especially, and the nature positive transition can be centralized and mainstreamed in finance sector and business strategies going forward. And you come perhaps with a little bit of a broader view from the World Economic Forum, which I know focuses on public, private, or multi-stakeholder partnerships. How can that approach be really used to drive forward the action that's needed from a business perspective for nature positive?
So I think this approach must be used. The size of the challenge is massive. And unless we work together, we're not going to get there to the speed that we need. So as you mentioned, I work, a lot of my work it is on land use, deforestation linked to commodity production. And I am part of an initiative called Tropical Forest Alliance. And something that we have done, and Rabobank knows very well about that, Tassiano knows that, but we are leading on an initiative called Innovative Finance for the Amazon, Cerrado and Chaco, which it is a partnership between TFA, TNC, and UNEP, FI, and UNEP Climate Finance Unit. And why we did that? Pretty much is to break the silos and bring producers, supply chain companies, banks, investors, providers of catalytic finance to work together and develop financial instruments which will enable producers to expand soil production in already degraded lands, work on the sustainable intensification of the cattle sector, but also in the agroforestry. All of that has been pretty much aligned with national policies here in Brazil. So it's very aligned with the Caminho Verde, the Green Way, but also with the Ecological Transition Plan. So this week we had two banks, Banco do Brasil and Bampará, joining the initiative. We also launched a catalytic fund for agricultural transition. It's called CICAT. So I think a lot of advancement, a lot of evolution. And I think today, just to say a little bit of the success story, this collective effort, they developed 17 financial instruments, and we actually reached 800 million in disbursement for the producers.
Yeah, no, that's fantastic and so inspiring and encouraging to really hear of those concrete partnerships that are happening and driving forward action on the ground where it's needed most. We have a few minutes left, but I would like to ask you all perhaps a final question to draw things together. And that's around how, a little bit, Sarah, we were saying earlier, there's plenty of great presence from business players and financial institutions and action that we're feeling here under the COP30 tent, and I'm hearing that tropical rain right now, where we are in Belém in Brazil. But how do we take this really critical message out to all the businesses and other players in the financial sector who are not here in COP30? I'll perhaps start with you, Danielle. And we talked already about Mutirão, but if you want to add anything about that as well, please do. Very briefly, all of you, if I may.
As I mentioned, it got to be a Mutirão and got to be a fast one. We can't walk anymore, we need to run.
Great. Sarah?
Oh, what to say? So I think talk to everyone when you get back home. Just talk about this process, talk about the outcomes, and just get the message out there. And I think podcasts like this are just amazingly helpful in terms of actually breaking out of the COP tent and beyond the borders of here.
Yeah, absolutely, fully agree, especially as a communications person. Happy to hear that. And Tassiano, what would you add to that?
Well, I think that agribusiness already has shown that it can be a force for good. So I truly believe that the next step, it is actually looking at nature, biodiversity, climate smart land use, regen ag practices as economical opportunities. These are not only risks, this is economical opportunities for investors to look at the global south on forest-rich countries and invest here. This will generate positive environmentalist social outcomes with good revenues.
It sums it up perfectly. That sounds great. And we're hearing so much inspiration and opportunity for action here. But certainly we need all shoulders to the wheel. We need everybody taking action and collaborating in that spirit of Muchirao to find collective solutions. I just wanted to share also, if you haven't seen it, do get hold of your copy of this book, Becoming Nature Positive, Transitioning to a Safe and Just Future. It's really worth a read. It's co-written by a bunch of fantastic thought leaders and experts across different sectors, looking at the foundations of Nature Positive, but also looking at it from a finance angle. There's a brilliant chapter written by Dorothy Mazeke, the Executive Director of the African and Natural Capital Alliance, for example, and also the business role in driving a nature positive economy, written by Eva Zabe, CEO of Business for Nature. And within that, there are also many contributions from experts across geographies and across sectors, including a really good contribution by Akanksha Khatri, who's head of strategy in the Center for Nature and Climate, working with you, Danielle. So really worth a read. You can buy it online, but it's also available for free for you to read digitally. So please go to naturepositive.org/book. And there you will find all the information, including that link to download the open access version. And in creating this book, we really wanted to take these critical messages to as wide an audience as possible, which is also behind this Nature Positive Dialogue series. We've had the absolute pleasure and privilege of running from here in Belém at COP30, working with the fantastic team at We Don't Have Time. We look forward to continuing those conversations. If you missed some of the sessions, don't worry. You can go onto our website or the We Don't Have Time website and scroll back, find the sessions. We've also been recording some really great interviews, including, by the way, one with Marcelo Bejar, who's the Special Envoy on Bioeconomy to the COP30 presidency. We didn't even touch on bioeconomy, so much to discuss, but watch out for that really insightful interview as well. And following on from the book, the last thing I wanted to share is that we created a film. Super exciting. The trailer has been released and we will be doing the full premiere early 2026. So watch out for that on screens near you very soon. But for now, let's just lead out with watching the trailer. Thanks for joining. Let's have a listen.
Nature. It gives us everything we need to thrive. And it is our greatest ally in the fight against climate change. Becoming nature positive is our pathway to a safe and prosperous future.
The only way we can build a people-positive future is to secure a nature-positive one.
Yet we are destroying nature faster than at any other time in our history. And the effects on humanity are profound.
Humanity has become a weapon of mass extinction. And ultimately, we are committing suicide by proxy.
Our assault on nature threatens the foundations of our future.
We cannot continue to grow, consume, and not expect any consequences.
All the science we have today shows that we are in danger, but we have not yet lost it. The window is still open to turn back.
We are facing the greatest choice in the history of our species. Continue with business as usual and put the future of humanity at risk. Or transition our societies, our economies, and our future to a nature-positive path.
We have created these systems, and that means that we can change them. Nature positive is not a vision, it's something that we have to do.
We are the ones who hold the pen and can write the next chapter in the history of humanity.
Can we build a better future where both nature and humanity thrive? This is the promise of a nature-positive world.
are here with Marina Romanello. She is Executive Director of the Lancet Countdown. So Marina, lovely to have you with us.
Thank you so much for having me. Thank you for being here.
The Lancet Countdown calls for putting health at the center of the COP negotiations. So if you had one wish for the outcome of the COP negotiations, what would that be?
Well, look, what I hope is that in these negotiations we make real progress, but that progress has to be measured in terms of the benefits that it can bring to people's health, to people's lives, to people's well-being. We don't want a COP outcome that only protects financial assets, physical assets. We want to protect all of those because they're so important for people's livelihoods, for people's well-being and health. And we know that everything happening here is a negotiation about the threats to our health in the future, the type of health that we and our children will have in upcoming years. So it's really a negotiation about fundamental health risks.
So one of this year's indicators shows that communicable diseases that are also insect-borne, like dengue, they're really spreading into regions where they were previously not existing at all. So how should health systems prepare for these new conditions?
Well, yeah, as you said, we are seeing that with the changing climate, infectious diseases that can be very dangerous are starting to appear in places where we were not used to seeing them before. And what that means is that those health systems, those populations will not be prepared to deal with them. Health systems will not be prepared to diagnose them, will not be prepared to treat them, and populations will not know when to prepare or protect from those. So it's fundamentally important that we start evaluating those health risks. At the Lancet Countdown, we produce data on where those risks are starting to appear, and our health systems need to very urgently adapt, to be very urgently build capacities to do early warnings, to protect the populations, and to build capacity within healthcare to be able to deliver protective actions, because otherwise we will leave our populations unprotected from climate hazards that are only going to get worse.
So there are also some good news from the report. Can you share some of the progress, please? And also, well, maybe in detail more of specific wins and also learnings from this.
Yeah, so look, in the report, it's very clear that we haven't done nearly enough to tackle climate change, and that at the current pace of action, we're heading towards a very dangerous future. But there are some indications of what a better future could look like and how we can actually deliver life-saving interventions. And we have very good examples of that. To give you an idea, today we still see about 2.5 million deaths that occur each year from the burning of fossil fuels that contaminate the air that we breathe. But since 2010, the little efforts that we have made in phasing down coal have already saved 160,000 lives every year from reduced coal burning and other sources of fossil fuel-related pollution. And what that means is that we have very good examples of just how many lives we could save if we were really to put efforts together. And the other encouraging thing is that we're seeing our renewable energy sector growing really rapidly. We've reached a record high of 12% of the global energy grid, the electricity grid, being generated from renewables. And that has come hand in hand with huge economic development, with generation of jobs. And if we were to do this through a just transition, that means equitable access to renewable energy technologies and to finance, low middle income countries that are still struggling with energy poverty could actually tackle that problem, which is a huge health risk as well. So the opportunities are all around us. We just need political will to make it happen.
Indeed we do. The Lancet Countdown is hitting it's your 10th anniversary this year, correct?
Oh, we're coming towards it next year. It's going to be an exciting one.
So what do you think has changed over this decade, and what does the future hold from your perspective?
Well, I think it's in the name, right? The Lancet Countdown's full name is the Lancet Countdown, Tracking Progress on Health and Climate Change. So the Lancet Countdown started just after the Paris Agreement, and the whole concept of it was we know that the Paris Agreement and the commitments there could deliver so many health benefits. And as the WHO said, the Paris Agreement is potentially the most important global health treaty of the century. So what we were trying to do is to ensure that those health benefits are delivered. And to do that, we need to monitor where the opportunities are, and we need to monitor whether we are or not delivering them, such that we can guide action to protect health. The report started quite hopeful, looking at those opportunities and looking at what the future could look like. And I think sadly, in the 10 years of reporting, we had seen a paucity of action that has claimed millions of lives a year, as we say in this year's report, that our inaction to tackle climate change at the pace that we committed to in 2015 is being paid in people's lives, in people's health, and in people's livelihoods. So unfortunately, it has gone quite somber. But one thing that we're seeing in this report that gives us hope, different to previous ones, is that we're starting to see this huge energy from the bottom up. Community-led action, action within health systems, action within local governments, that despite what is a very difficult geopolitical scenario globally, we are seeing still this momentum building for climate action. And as we say in the report, we truly need all hands on deck for a healthy future.
So what role does the public engagement play in this matter here? And also, how can researchers contribute to the climate health action from this perspective of the public engagement?
Look, the public, the communities, that is where the soul of climate action lies, and that's where health happens. So community engagement, we cannot overestimate how important it is. Our communities, when we have democracies and when our leaders respond to communities' requests, are fundamental for leaders to have the power, the encouragement to take those important decisions here. So asking your leaders, voting for those that will truly protect your health is fundamentally important. But we also see that community-led action can deliver transformative benefits. We know, for example, that to tackle climate change, we need to shift away, for example, from the use of petrol for transportation. And we know that choosing healthier forms of travel, when we can bikes or walking, when we don't perhaps public transport, if that is safe and available, that could help save millions of lives from the air pollution that comes from those sources of fumes. But it could also help tackle one of the biggest contributors to greenhouse gas emissions that are also our transport sector, whilst improving people's health through more active lifestyles, by walking, by cycling. We know that that's so good for health. So we can make these decisions when safe to do so. Obviously, you always need a permissive environment, but there's a lot that we can do by choosing healthier lifestyles, choosing healthier diets that could save over almost 12 million lives every year from healthier, more plant-rich and less meat-intensive diets around the world. So people are the force that we have to make the change happen.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Marina Romanello, for joining us on We Don't Have Time today.
Thank you so much for having me.
We're here speaking with Alan Dengor, who is Director of Climate and Health at Welcome. So, Alan, thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much. Delighted to be here.
So, can you introduce Welcome briefly and also tell us what you're aiming to achieve here at COP30?
Welcome is a global philanthropy. We fund science, we fund research on health. And the mission is to tackle the urgent challenges, health challenges facing everyone everywhere around the planet. And one of the major challenges, of course, is the impact of climate change on health. So we're here, Welcome is here at COP30 in order to really elevate the health argument, to make the case that the climate crisis is fundamentally a health crisis. The impacts on health are enormous, and health must be part of the argument.
So, Alan, why do you see health as a key driver for climate action here? And also, why is it important that governments and international organizations and also businesses get this?
Well, we've seen already the evidence is abundantly clear that climate is causing enormous impacts on human health, whether it's the direct impacts of extreme heat or the spread of infectious diseases, impacts on mental health, impacts on crops. So we're seeing that it's going to shape the planet, shape the health of the planet. And therefore, the policies, the climate policies that come out of COP need to incorporate health so that they're fairer, they're more transformative, they drive urgency. And if you think about the climate question, you know, carbon dioxide, degrees centigrade, it doesn't really resonate with people. And health is the human face of climate change. Health is where we experience climate change ourselves, our families, our communities. So it brings it home. But we also know, I mean, you ask about businesses and governments, we also know that a sick society is not economically productive, can't grow, can't develop, and therefore we are heading towards a world where the impacts of climate is going to be so great that economies are going to falter.
Indeed. So, Alan, when it comes to a turning point, do you think COP30 might be a turning point in this intersection? Would you really understand the connection between health and climate change?
Well, the first time health was really prominent at a COP was in COP28, where there was a thematic day for the first time on health, and that was a really exciting moment. This year at COP30, we actually have a plan. The COP presidency and the Brazilian government have put forward the Belém Health Action Plan, which really elevates the need for surveillance and monitoring, the need for evidence-based research, the need for innovation in the intersection of climate and health, and a very strong cross-cutting theme of equity, making sure that everyone benefits from climate action. So the argument has been very strongly made this year at COP, so it could be a turning point, but clearly we need to give the COP presidency and give governments an incentive. And yesterday, 35 philanthropies, global philanthropies from around the world came together to announce a $300 million pledge for the Climate and Health Funders Coalition, which is really going to try to tackle these, generate the evidence, build the momentum, and drive the advocacy on issues like extreme heat, infectious disease, air quality, and data for decision making.
This is really, really good news. Thank you for sharing this. So, Alan, with increasing temperatures, heat stress is going to grow. It is growing. People are dying. Many people are dying in all continents. So which policy or technology, in terms of innovations, looks most promising to tackle this?
Well, I mean, you're right. Something in excess of 500,000 people a year are dying now of heat. And then, of course, lots of people suffer from heat stress, don't die, but they have long-term morbidity, long-term illness as a result of heat, extreme heat. So this is a rising question. So the solutions are there, and many of them are so simple. So number one, early warning. We need much better early warning systems which are able to tell people, populations, health centers, or places we work, that a heat dome is coming or a heat wave is coming, and we need to prepare. So number one, preparation is key. Number two, of course, if there is extreme heat, we need to think and we want to use that risk to drive impact, drive change, have a real impact on the planet. Here we have a fantastic case for that. We have climate change is having an enormous impact on human health. That evidence base is now growing, not only quantifying the impacts, quantifying who's going to be affected, but also quantifying the solutions. So success in 5 years looks like a huge body of evidence, which we're supporting along with our peer philanthropies and others, supporting the generation of evidence, the use of that evidence in policies, in communities to protect the lives of people, and of course, and significant action on reducing greenhouse gas emissions to mitigate climate change. So success for us will be the generation of the evidence, the use of that evidence, and policies which will protect people around the planet from climate change.
Well, thank you so much, Alan, for the wonderful and so important work you do at Welcome. And thanks for joining us here at We Don't Have Time.
Thank you very much. Great pleasure to be here. Thank you.
We are here with Osman Ndiaye. You are Director General of ACMAD, Wonderful to have you here on our broadcast.
Thank you. It's my pleasure.
So you've been leading efforts to develop heatwave early warning systems in West Africa. So what innovations are the most needed to scale these systems?
Thanks very much. Heat wave affects many areas and very big areas in Africa. So really reaching many people is very important. In terms of technology, innovation is very important for us. We are using AI, for example, to ensure that we are making forecasts and being able to have many other parameters that matters for heat wave. Of course, we need to ensure that we have the digital technology needed also to ensure people can integrate and make a decision. Communication is very important. How to ensure that this heat wave early warning reach population is very important for us. So basically, with using technology, AI, using also digital technology like phone, application and others are also very relevant.
Thank you. So you've worked extensively on co-producing climate information with farmers and also fishers. What do these climate services look like in practice?
In practice is very important. For farmers, it's loss of assets. For example, if the season was dry and they plant a crop that cannot have the water that it needs, is really a loss for them. And they are very vulnerable people, small farm holders, that's a very pity for them. And recovering is very difficult. So having this climate information allows them to plan ahead. What kind of variety of crops they will plant? When is the best date of planting? When to put fertilizer? When to apply, pesticide? All those things, even harvesting and storage is important. So it's really important for them. And it's a rain-fed, generally in Africa. For fishermen, it's more than that. It's a matter of life. Sometimes they go to sea, the sea is very rough, and they cannot make it, unfortunately, because most of them use, some kind of ships that are cannot resist, use big shell, so that's really the problem. So using climate information allows them, for an early warning system, say, don't go for the sea this time, because, the sea will be rough in a couple of days. For farmers, this is the best strategy, and you can save assets, and save your life and save everything. So it's very critical in Africa for those populations.
This is really remarkable. Fantastic what you're telling us here. So I'd also like to ask, how can African countries collaborate to make sure that these systems are really implemented? And also, how could you work to strengthen resilience even more in the face of climate change using these techniques?
Yeah. The first question, collaboration, is very important because the hazards, climate hazards that happen are the same. Flooding, bushfire, heat wave, you name it, all those things are quite the same. So any African countries is facing the same issue. Now, what we need to do is a collaborative effort. Learn about best practices and ensure that we are not doing the same thing and can avoid things. So that's why the center like ours is meaning. Because we are sitting at the continental level, we can look at the best practice, what is done well here, what is the problem here, and not to duplicate the error and ensure that we are leveraging in terms of implementation. So we need to learn each other and have these regional bodies that take care of it. So that's what we are playing as a role in Africa. So it's very important collaboration. That's what the African countries should do and learn from each other. And we can learn also from the Global South as well, the same thing. In terms of resilience, that's a long term. We need to ensure that in our planning, climate information is involved. Let's say heat wave, which is one big issue, and we call it silent killer, because Africa seems to be hot anyway, but it's creating a lot of damage. So we need to do something. And the last report of IPCC is very clear. I mean, this evidence are there. We are going to the warmer and warmer climate. We need to do something.
And what kind of temperatures are we talking about?
We're talking about 2 degrees more in a couple of years. Remember, in Paris, we are fighting to not get more than 1.5, and now last year we got 1.4. So we are sure we are closing 1.5.
I was thinking more in terms of temperatures right now. What are the hottest temperatures that you're facing already in Africa?
49, 50s sometimes, in some places, especially in the borders of desert. So it's really, really getting hot. It's not just 50s for many days, 50s more and more frequently. It's not matter of having a number. It's more frequent and more intense. So we need to do something. So we think that to build resilience, we need to ensure that we know those numbers. And when we build our planning, we put in a lot of things. In health plan, in infrastructure,
in the way we live, in habitat, in everything we need to get there. So that's why we need really to incorporate that. That's why we are pushing more in their plan to ensure that we got in the national health plan. On an even better, we need for heat to have a national heat plan for each country. So we are pushing for that for countries. Like, hey, you need to look at in your country what you design things, ensuring everywhere that is need to be, heat is there. We are taking heat into consideration. And elderly people, children, pregnant women are really in problems in Africa. I was telling people that education system even. I remember when I was kids, the classroom was very, very hot. And we have to go at noon and go eat and come back in the sun. And things are getting hotter. So we need really to plan differently. So that's why it makes sense for our resilience to ensure that we are taking into consideration climate information. And we could do simple things. We can do some kind of ecosystem nature-based solution. Actually, us who are telling people you can do tree planting. We make a project and see that you can gain up to 4 degrees Celsius just because you are under shade and not under. So those kind of things. What kind of materials do you use? So all those things are important and very little things we can do and to save life and reach betterment.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Osman, for joining us on We Don't Have Time and for your fantastic work.
It's my pleasure to be here. Thank you.
So we have another wonderful guest with us here at COP30 in Belém. This is Marcus Neto. He's the UN Assistant Secretary General and Director at the United Nations Development Programme. Welcome.
Pleasure to be here.
What are your expectations for this COP?
Well, this COP is different because you don't have one single issue that defines this COP like previous COPs on finance or the global stake. So the Brazilian presidency is calling this the COP of implementation. And that's what we expected. How are we going to create the political momentum, the financial conversation, the transfer of technology, the capacity building conversation that comes together to push the national determined contribution, the national plans of each country to move to implementation. And that's what we, as UNDP, have been focused. We've helped 102 countries design the new third generation of NDCs, which showed up here, and they are really more ambitious. And now the Secretary General has asked us during the Leader Summit here on November the 6th to lead the whole UN in implementation. So for us, it's just about implementation and bringing all the necessary inputs so we can implement the NDCs country by country and make those targets, those adaptation targets and the mitigation targets a reality that creates emissions reductions, resilience in societies, right? And actually it can take people out of poverty as well through the climate agenda.
So, I mean, it's been 10 years since Paris. Paris was a wonderful thing. I was actually the spokesperson for the Paris Agreement, and it was like floating on air. But of course, that was trying to bring every nation together into some kind of cooperative action to deal with climate change. As you say, this is now more about implementation, has been since Paris. I get the sense it's been pretty much baby steps at most of the COPs since then, so everyone's looking at this one. But I get a sense that the Brazilian government's really got a handle on this COP and is making sure there isn't too many distractions and that we focus on the main challenges. Is that your sense?
Yes, I think the Brazilian president has, let me put it this way, they know what they're doing. Let's just start by saying, I think this is the first COP out of the last 3 or 4 COP that the agenda for the COP was actually approved in the first morning of the COP. The last few, it was taking 2 days to agree on the agenda of the COP. So maybe there's a good chance this COP actually ends on time. I also think the Brazilians have handled very well the new consultation issues that they have to be dealing with, and they are putting them together because they are connected. We are halfway through the COP. I'm optimistic that we're going to end up with a good momentum for implementation. And I do agree with you. I think the Brazilians know what they're doing, and they have a lot of goodwill from people. Perhaps the last point that I would say is the Brazilians have also embraced civil society in this COP, right? They have allowed a lot of civil society to come. Sometimes it got a little bit out of hand, right? And somebody, I don't know if it's true, but somebody told me that this might be the COP that there's more indigenous peoples than fossil fuel lobbyists. And if that is true, it's welcome.
It's quite funny on the fossil fuel lobbyists. I was looking at that. There was a report yesterday about that, and it was talking about the large numbers of people who are fossil fuel lobbyists. But when you look very closely at this, you know, you can have things like energy companies that are investing heavily in renewables that actually have some fossil fuels, and therefore they're fossil fuel lobbyists. It's a bit messy, actually, trying to calculate that one. But tell me, why is it significant? It's in Brazil. We talked about, I mean, obviously Brazil has a very good civil service and they know how to run things. They have a vision, but also it's a good reminder standing near the Amazon, isn't it, about what's at risk?
Well, I think the Brazilians had a chance to have this COP, if you wanted, back in where all was born, 92. Then we had Rio +20, and there would be a very legitimate reason if Brazil had chosen to host this COP in Rio. Continuation of the genesis, all of this global process. I'm delighted that they chose to bring us to Belém. First of all, it's my hometown. I was born here and lived here until I was 15 years old. But more important is the Amazon has almost like an iconic image in those conversations. But the negotiations of these COPs, and a lot of people never been to the Amazon. They never felt the heat that you feel when you're here. They never heard the rain that we just heard it hitting this element on top of our roof right now. And more important, this voice of indigenous peoples that we are hearing here, these elements of a society that we are hearing here, even if we had those people, this COP in Rio, it would be a different type of civil society. Not the forest people, not the Ribeirinhos, not the natives. So I'm very happy that the world can discuss nature-based solutions, adaptation, you know, in the Amazon, and see also poverty, and realize that climate and development are two sides of the same coin, and we actually need to bring those agendas together.
You're right. We do see poverty in Belém. That's absolutely true, Marcus. Coming from here, that's very interesting. So, how can you? What is happening in this city? Is it changing a lot from like when you were 15 years old? Is it going in the right direction, the wrong direction, or another direction? Is it a city undergoing economic activity, gentrification in some areas? It's hard to get a handle on the city as a newcomer just arriving.
Well, I think the city has changed tremendously in 40 years since I left. And it's also has actually, the COP has injected a lot of infrastructure changes and energy in the city. And I think it's going to leave a great legacy of hotels and spaces. This whole green zone that we have behind us here, this was to be an abandoned small airport. Now is one of the most beautiful parks for this city, right? So that's positive. I think the most interesting part is what is happening in the state. Belém is the capital of the state of Pará. State of Pará is the largest state in the Amazon region of Brazil. And now this state is making a bet that standing forest is more valuable than land for cattle. And it's trying to make the agribusiness, the cattle ranches of Pará and the standing forest to cohabitate it. It's making a huge investment, you know, into bioeconomy. It has opened up a huge area by the river here for a bioeconomy lab. And, you know, the governor here has plans of transforming like Belém into the bioeconomy equivalent to Silicon Valley, right? So I think the whole conversation, the whole element, and the realization that you can fight the poverty of Belém through standing forest, through bioeconomy, through sustainable management of the rivers and the fisheries. That is here. It wasn't here 40 years ago. It is here now.
That's really exciting. And so there could be a really positive legacy, in part by the vision of the governor of this region, but also a little bit of a boost by having the COP here to actually bring about that realization of a completely different kind of economy that's sustainable, that's cleaner, that's healthier, and is an opportunity for people's lives and livelihoods. That's a really, really good point. Really fascinating. Thanks very much indeed.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to speak to you all. Thank you.
So welcome to the last episode of a series we've been running here at COP30 in Belém, in Brazil, called Energy Efficiency First. And we've been looking into a sense how a group of advanced nations, the European Union, is trying to step up and meet the global goal of doubling energy efficiency improvements by 2030. It's a series in collaboration with the European Commission's Energy Directorate and the City Network, the Global Covenant of Mayors. And it's also touched on two significant funding programs that in a sense act as, I suppose, incubators for new ideas, new policies, new technologies, new approaches. That's namely the Horizon Innovation and the Life Environment programs. And today we're going to conclude this important topic. We're going to look at financing in order to accelerate and scale energy efficiency action, both in the European Union, but also to take some of those lessons maybe and see how they can be applied to countries elsewhere. So it's a 45-minute show. We're going to split this roughly into two groups or two panels. And first up, though, to set the scene, I'd like to welcome Ivo Schmidt. For 4 years, he was the chief economist in the Directorate General for Energy at the European Commission. And today he is deputy head of the Unit for Energy Efficiency and Financing. Ivo, very nice to see you there on the magic of Zoom. Ivo, tell us, if the EU is to hit the global goal of doubling energy efficiency by 2030, what sort of sums of money are realistically going to be needed to make this happen?
Hi, Nick. Nice to be here and nice to connect with you over Zoom. So for us, I mean, energy efficiency is a crucial part of the climate efforts, and it's a huge amount of money that we need. We need around 370 billion euros per year in this decade alone to reach our energy efficiency goals. But we don't really see this amount as a cost. We rather see it as an investment, a way to make ourselves more competitive, more resilient, more secure. And that's why we have the EU binding energy efficiency targets for 2030. Over the past 20 years, we've had a whole ecosystem of legislation composed of the Energy Efficiency Directive, the Buildings Directive, product and eco-design energy labels, and altogether they have allowed us to save around 27% of our energy use over the last 20 years. So quite a huge amount. And why do we have that? We have that because the EU remains very energy dependent. We import around 1 billion euros worth of fossil fuels every day, give or take. And that's why every euro we can save, thanks to energy efficiency measures, is directly a competitive and security advantage. And of course, it's also required for our climate targets.
And secondly, I suppose the big question is, where's it all going to come from? And this must be a combination of public and private, I presume. But in your own words, Ivo, how's this money going to flow into this?
Correct. It is mostly private money. I mean, we have a lot of public funding made available via the EU funds, but also via national funds. But most of the investments have to come from the private sector, of course, be it from households or industry or larger corporations. And that's why we need to focus the role of public finance into a very catalytic mode. So not as a substitutive mode, but we really want to create markets, because we know that for every euro that we spend in public money, we can de-risk and leverage private money. So altogether, over the last, say, 5 or 6 years in the EU, we managed to pull together 142 billion euros, which is quite a large amount, but much more, of course, as need be. And that's why we are doubling down on reinforcing the work with, be it guarantees, concessional finance, technical assistance, etc., and strong capacity building. So that's something that we are teaming up, for example, with the EIB. I think Isidoro will tell you more about SMEs, energy efficiency new financing process. And also we do this in a way that we basically have a public-private partnership. We started the European Energy Efficiency Financing Coalition, which brings together all EU member states, all 27, plus the EU, plus over 60 financial institutions and also industry, private sector, to work out together what type of financing solutions we need, what type of instruments we need to develop, and how we have to craft them and tailor-made them for the specific financing necessities.
And finally, just a quick question. I mean, so money's one thing, fine, but does Europe have the experience, the technical capabilities, and the ideas to pull it off? I mean, in other words, we have a past program on energy efficiency. Have we learnt how to do things? Are we getting better? And can these Horizon and Life programs also kick us down the road to meeting those targets?
I think the short answer is yes. Yes, we do. We have a lot of experience with setting the legal framework, as I said before, and that goes together with the overall climate framework. So we are the first continent globally who set themselves the target to be climate neutral. So that gives the long-term view to investors. And then from that, we have all the enabling measures and financing measures to make sure we get there. We create home markets that provides our industry the certainty that it will be offtakes. They can invest, and we estimate around 150 billion euros of turnover each year of the energy efficiency industry. So that is working. Of course, on the downside, we have some shortages of skills. So there are bottlenecks there in certain sectors. We are working on that together with member states, with trade associations to build that up. And maybe answering also your second part of the question, I mean, we know that the EU is complex. We know that the EU also, the energy efficiency and the policy has had certain headwinds. So we are working in that. We are assessing the legal framework that we have in place, and we are seeing by a fitness check to make sure that what we have is as simple as possible and as conducive as possible to investments. And then we are looking together with stakeholders and member states and European Parliament, of course, over the next years, how to design a better system for the next decade.
Okay, super. So stay with us, Ivo. Thanks very much for coming in on that and giving us the big picture. So let's go to a couple of these really interesting projects that we're seeing in the European Union. And let's go to Chiara Stanghini. I hope I pronounced that right. She's head of European projects at EDERA, SRL, which is a social enterprise in Milan, Italy. So EDERA is an innovation center for decarbonization and regeneration of the built environment, and it involved in solutions capable of reducing construction times, costs and environmental impact to satisfy the needs of people on a large scale. The project we're talking about today, if I've got this right, is an EC-EU Life project called Cosma Reno. Chiara, what is Cosma Reno? Why is it innovative? And what problem might it be solving in terms of, you know, an innovative financing model for regeneration and energy efficiency?
Thank you, Nick, for the opportunity. Cosma Reno, you said it right, is a European Life project that focusing on one big main challenges. And this is how can we renovate homes faster, better, and at a lower prices. In Europe, indeed, we need to retrofit 200 million dwelling, so over 20,000 units every day. And in Italy, this means one home every minute. So the scale overall is huge, and today we are far from this speed. Also, we often think that money is the only problem, but Italy has shown us that it's not that simple. A few years ago, we had this super bonus 110% incentives, basically free renovation paid back by the state with tax deduction or credit transfer. But even if a lot of finance was available, many problems occurred and the limits of traditional renovation emerged, such as skill shortage, supply chain with small companies struggling to keep the pace, limited materials available compared to the demand, and an overall increase of prices in the end. Of course, the renovation rate improved a bit, but it was still behind the threshold needed to reach the climate goals. So we learned something important, I think, from this, that finance alone doesn't deliver energy efficiency, but we also need efficiency in how finance is allocated. And we have to increase productivity of the sector and the number of interventions completed to have a concrete environmental and social impact. And this is where Cosmerino project comes in, and this is also where the international Energiesprong movement, led by Edre in Italy, is a game changer. Energiesprong works mostly on enabling industrialized and off-site renovation. So it means integrated retrofit solution like insulated facade or energy modules that are designed and produced in a factory. So then the installation at the building place is very fast. Across Europe, in the Netherlands, France, United Kingdom, Germany and Italy, more than 30,000 homes have already been renovated using this approach, which saved up to 50% of time on site, and it proved better performances with respect to traditional projects. And it's at this point that innovative finance can really support. Cosmerino, specifically, the project is targeting small medium enterprises, and it's creating a warranty fund to enable them to deliver performance guaranteed in intervention. This reduces the risk for both homeowners and investors, and it encourages companies to innovate and scale. We also rely on financial model based on energy savings, like energy performance contract, that allow to lower the initial capital expenditure, which is then distributed in a monthly fee that covers the energy and maintenance plan as well. So to conclude, Cosmerino project and the Energiesprong approach are showing that the finance has a crucial role, not only in enabling energy efficiency, but also in pushing innovation, like the European Investment Bank is also doing on this matter. And industrialized renovation seems a promising innovation overall, because it exploits economies of scale to deliver fast, affordable, reliable, and replicable solutions. Thank you.
Very much indeed, and that was very comprehensive. I mean, I looked on the website and I saw that these prefabricated energy saving and also seismic, so protecting from earthquakes or something, paneling was being done in Italy in a place called, is it Brescia or somewhere like that. And actually they look quite attractive too, because I thought, okay, prefabricated, it's going to look really shitty, you know, but it doesn't actually. It looks very nice. It's in context with the general landscape of the Italian sort of backdrop. So well done. One quick question. It's happening in Italy. You mentioned a couple of other places, but the Cosmo Reno, is it several locations? It's not just one or two. It's in many parts of Europe, yeah?
Yes, indeed. It's mainly in a few Energiesprong countries, so Italy, the Netherlands, Germany and France, but we also involved Lithuania, so we are also trying to engage Eastern Europe in this process, so that's how the consortium is mainly composed.
Supercharged. Just stay with us. Next up is Melissa Wolf-Bass. She's CEO of Woonpass. I'm probably going to say that wrong, but anyway, you can clarify that. A Dutch organization that helps home owners. By the way, if you hear a big noise in the background, it's because every day here at the COP, there is thunder and lightning. So it's nothing to do with climate change. It's actually to do with the Amazon. So you're helping home owners make their homes more sustainable with upfront investments. And I believe, Melissa, this is part of an EC-funded live project called Fit Home. Yeah? Super.
Yeah,
okay.
that's correct.
How does it work? Where is the smart finance angle? And how many homes are you assisting?
Yeah. Well, thank you, Nick. Well, that's correct. Within the Fit Home project, we developed a one-stop shop model that helps homeowners make their homes more energy efficient without an upfront investment. We guide them through advice and installation and organize all technical and financial administrative steps in the background. The goal is to make the sustainable home improvement accessible for people who would normally not be able to participate. And a key part of our approach is that we start early on in the process with a precise heat loss calculation. That we do that in the home, and combine that with a clear cost calculation gives homeowners certainty about the full cost of retrofitting their home and the clarity about savings that they can expect. And that means that they know from the beginning that they will not end up worse off financially. And in many cases, a positive business case can be achieved after a comprehensive energy upgrade. But what makes our approach effective is not only the financial design, but the operational backbone behind it. So everything runs in one integrated chain, supported by one single source of truth, and all data from the initial home assessment to the final quality check and the subsidy validation is captured in one environment. And this structure is essential when you want to finance large-scale energy efficiency upgrades. It provides predictable and validated data for public partners and gives contractors payment security and ensures that homeowners have one point of contact instead of dealing with several institutions. The one-stop shop also removes complexity for homeowners, which help public funds reach more people effectively. And it also creates conditions for national funds to participate without unnecessary risk. We are currently supporting thousands of homeowners in municipal programs in the Netherlands. The backbone developed through the Fit Home project allows us to collaborate constructively with national institutions that are exploring how to support upfront financing. And instead of shifting responsibility or administrative work to the homeowner, our systems keep subsidies and financing and execution aligned in one consistent flow. So, yeah, I think that's what we've learned in the Fit Home project, that smart finance only works when you combine it with a reliable operational chain that every partner in the process can trust. That single source of truth that makes the whole system work. And it ensures that everyone sees the same data at the same moment. From the first home assessment to the final subsidy check. And this prevents errors, supports quality control, and makes financing predictable.
Look, it's really interesting. We had on a show yesterday, we were talking about energy communities. And many of the people on the show talking about energy communities, I think, talked about it as if it was just normal. And I live in Berlin. I'm thinking, I don't have an energy community. I have no idea where to get one. And you are, in a sense, this sounds wonderful what you're talking about, because I looked again on the website. People come to your house, don't they? They go through your house and say, well, you could do this and you could do that. It's going to cost this. It's going to cost that. Can you afford it? And then they're going to probably say, how do I get a loan for this? And you say, no worries. I'll find one for you. I mean, it's absolutely beautiful. But it is not the norm in Europe, is it? It's a new idea, right? How do we make it normalized?
Yeah, that's a very good question. I think that a lot of partners are starting to see that this has to be the norm, because otherwise it won't work. You can't offer only parts of the process, because that won't work for parties. If you only provide parts of that process, it will maybe only work for financiers or for contractors, but not for the homeowner. And in other ways, other parts that you can combine, then you get that it only works for homeowners, but not for financiers. You have to have a complete string with very trustful data so that all partners that are involved in the retrofitting process know that it's reliable and they can do their share without any risk.
I mean, in a sense, what we're seeing here is how the money, the financing, the ideas and the policies cascade down to a local level, right? and these are two very interesting examples of how you can actually start seeing energy efficiency happening down at the local level. I mean, you're in Brussels, but these two ladies are working, you know, I was going to say the coal face, but we don't talk about coal anymore because we don't want to. What do you think, Ivo? Does this work for you?
No, this is amazing. I mean, it confirms my personal belief that every time we set ourselves these high-level Brussels, as you call them, targets or policy objectives, we always believe this is too expensive and too difficult. And then we wait a couple of years and we look at such concrete projects that Chiara and Melissa just showed us, and then we see actually it's happening again. We thought PV was going to be too expensive, renewables are more expensive, renewables are the cheapest technology. We thought energy efficiency cannot be afforded, cannot happen because there are barriers, they have a wait and see approach from households, their companies don't have enough time to take care of it. So we create markets for service companies to coming in to do it for them. We create the financing tools and we get basically somebody to take care of it for you, because we as consumers, I mean, maybe I do, but maybe you don't, Nick, as you just said, but most people don't actually care how they renovate their house or how it's heated. They only care about the final bill. And if somebody can come in and do that for them, so that's great. So we want to scale this up. We want to replicate this. We know all our programs are replicable. We know they can be, you know, copy pasted throughout the world. We're working actively to do that, and I think I can come back to that a bit later. But yeah, I'm really happy to hear that.
Good. So as I say, the show's in two parts. I want to say thanks very much to our two wonderful guests and their projects. We're now going to go on to a couple more. And Ivo, stay with us. We now go to our next guests. Luca with us. Is Luca on the show? Can we bring in Luca?
Hi, Nick.
There we go. There's Luca. That's good news. Have we got Isadora Tapia and Lisa Fisher? There we have.
Hello,
okay,
everyone.
we've got the lineup for the second half. Hi, everybody. Okay, let's go to Luca. Luca Bertalot is Secretary General of the European Mortgage Federation and European Covered Bond Council, representing the interests of the EU mortgage lenders and the covered bond community. He's involved in the energy efficient mortgage market implementation plan. Is that right, Luca? Funded by another LIFE project. We heard about a couple of those earlier. Luca, tell the audience what it is that you're doing and what is actually being achieved. Thanks.
Thank you, Nick. It's an honor for us to be with you here in Berlin, also virtually. We are feeling the responsibility of guiding more than 2,000 banks to change a fundamental economic paradigm. We know that if we convince our members to change their way of doing business, we can make a massive systemic impact and guide the change in the entire society. What we have achieved. In the last 10 years, we have made the mortgage product the greenest asset in the balance sheet of the banks in Europe. With 12% of green asset ratio, mortgages are the greenest asset class in the balance sheet of the banks. We have a capacity to deliver 9 trillion of assets into the market in Europe, and this can change really the balance sheet of the banks, but also the life of millions of citizens. We need to retrofit in Europe 200 million of dwellings, houses. So we need to make this convenient for citizens. So what we are doing is we are proposing a market roadmap for all our banks on how they can de-risk their balance sheet and how they can build an ecosystem. I really like what Chiara said. Money will not fix the problem. Pumping money is not the solution. We have to pump money in an ecosystem where three big pillars will be working together. Money coming from the private sector, and we have a lot of them. There is a lot of liquidity in the market ready to go. We need public subsidies, and we need an SME environment ready to do the works. And then at the center of this, we need consumer. Consumers need to understand the added value of making a retrofitting or having a greenhouse. If consumers don't understand the opportunity cost of not taking action, we lose our battle. So we need to promote an ecosystem which will make clear to consumers what they have to do. And banks can guide them in taking the right decision. The decision is the center of the game. We need to change the paradigm for consumers. And that's what we want to do. We want to give a roadmap for our members. We are changing the evaluation system of the banks. We are making economic and academic studies to demonstrate the correlation between energy efficiency and credit risk. The more you improve the energy efficiency, the lower the risk is in the asset. The more investment you do, the more the value of your house will go up. If you don't do it, and your neighbor will be doing, you lose money in your portfolio. That's the message that we want to do it. So it's a very complicated game. We are aware of this, but I think that banks can make the difference. So we want to convince every marketing department of the banking sector in Europe, but also globally. Our 2,000 banks are in Europe, where we have a retrofitting problem. But most of our banks are also in Asia, in Africa, in South America, and in North America. In emerging markets, the problem is different. We need new dwellings. We need to build in countries like Philippines 3 million of housing per year. Same in Indonesia, same in Brazil. So if we don't give guidelines to those banks on how to finance green mortgages, we lose the battle. And we will fix the problem not in Europe. We will fix the problem at global level. Thank you.
Luca, just briefly, just before we move on, you've also developed, I think, some kind of app or artificial intelligence thing, because you told me before we did the show, we talked a couple of weeks ago, that for a lot of consumers, they get a loan from they get a green mortgage, but then they don't know how to reliably source the equipment to transform their home into an energy efficiency home. And the banks don't really often give them any kind of certainty about how to do that themselves. They need to know in their neighborhood, in their city, in their town, where you can get reliable support from tradespeople to actually do the job so they get the energy efficient home. Just very briefly on that, what is it? Is it an app or what is it?
Yeah, we are testing a marketplace using artificial intelligence. You go to a bank, you tell the house that you have, the bank will tell you what you need and will guide you straight to supplier that will give you the service, windows, heating, whatever you need. So the banks is closing the gap between the selection of the suppliers. Very simple. And it's working. It's working.
Yeah, I've got it. So that's really interesting. I like that. It's de-risking the psychological stress of doing this as well, which is quite nice. You have to de-risk psychological stress as well as de-risk finance, right? Let's go to our friend here at the European Investment Bank, Isadora Tapia. He's a senior climate officer there in Luxembourg. Isadora, tell me something. You have these huge packages sometimes. There was one announced in September for small and medium-sized enterprises to help with this story of energy efficiency. But do you also, in some shape or form, help households, or is it just the business sector too?
Yes, and it's an honor to be with you. So let me say first that energy efficiency is something which is not new for us at EIB. I mean, it's actually one of the sectors in which our lending volumes have increased more significantly in the past few years. Just to give you a number, one decade ago, 10 years ago, our lending volumes to energy efficiency were around 1 billion per year. Now we are lending something between 8 and 9 billion per year. And we are lending across different sectors. Housing is one of the main recipients indeed of our lending volumes for the renovation of existing property or for the construction of new buildings with the highest energy efficiency criteria. We are also lending to support our industry, to support the SME company, and also to increase the innovation and the implementation of the existing technologies. And it's in this sense where recently we have dedicated a specific initiative to double our lending volumes pledge for the next 3 years for SMEs in order to accelerate their implementation of energy efficiency technologies. We are expecting to benefit more than 350,000 companies over the next years, doubling our group financing. First, because we think that the energy is not only the cleanest, cheapest, and safest energy, but it is also part of the joint decarbonization and competitiveness agenda by implementing the most advanced energy technologies. SMEs are not only reducing their energy bills, are not only reducing their emissions, but they are also increasing their competitiveness position, and increasing the position vis-a-vis other competitors. SMEs are the backbone of the economy, but they face very specific challenges. Typically, they spend on energy more than large corporates, and they invest in energy efficiency measures less than large corporates. And this is why we are pledging this specific initiative in order to finance them and to support them in this journey.
Just briefly, tell me though, Isadora, I mean, there was a number that was given out just at the beginning of the show by Ivo on like how much money we need to actually have a chance of doubling the energy efficiency improvements in the European Union. Do we have enough money flowing from you, or does it have to be flowing from other people too? I don't mean you personally, by the way, Isadora. I'm talking about the European Investment Bank.
Of course, we are doing our part, but energy efficiency, similar to other key sectors in the energy transition, is something for which the public money can pave the way, but it's not enough. We need to mobilize private sector investments. The challenge is too large for the private sector or for the public sector to do it alone. Our role, our contribution is to de-risk some of these investments, to encourage the adoption of new technologies, and to encourage the deployment of these new technologies. So we can pave the way, but indeed we need a private sector to step in and to contribute to this endeavor.
Yeah. So we need predictable policy from the top, from the European Commission and the Union. Yeah, okay. Let me now go to Lisa Fisher, who's with the, I'm calling you E3G, which I'm calling it a think tank, but that was the shorthand for it. Lisa works with policymakers in the UK and the EU and international partners and institutions to build delivery agendas for a shift away from fossil fuels towards geopolitically resilient, renewable energy-based economies and societies. She's worked for the UK Department of Energy and Climate Change, which has a different name now, on climate finance. And you've also been obviously working in the EU. So tell us a little bit, I mean, Lisa, from your perspective, is there something missing in this story of finance that needs to come more to the front? How do we do in the EU, but also globally with energy efficiency? Talk a bit about finance and this from your perspective.
Thanks, Nick. And it's been really interesting to listen to everybody. I think, I mean, what's quite clear from this conversation is that there's a lot of interesting innovation going on in the EU, and a couple of themes that I think come out are institutional innovation. I mean, the EIB has been around for a long time, but it's playing a very important role in this in terms of the fragmentation that you often get in the buildings and energy efficiency sector, and also in the banking sector. Luca will know that, for example, in Italy, banks are small, don't have that much capacity to do energy efficiency lending. You need institutional investors, etc., to step in and work at this intersection. The other theme was around, I think, also regulatory certainty. That's incredibly important. Some of the work we've done in Denmark and Poland, looking at case studies on delivering energy efficiency and buildings decarbonization, has shown that the fact that the EU has a long-term certainty around its energy efficiency framework, but also sustainable finance taxonomy, has brought actors together in different ways and create and be innovative. So this is all really good. But you asked me for my view, Nick. We are definitely still lagging behind. I mean, Ivo, you mentioned the numbers. I think we need 370 billion in Europe per year. And then you said we are at, what was it, 150 or so? Sorry, I don't want to misquote you, but you can correct that later on. But we're definitely not where we want to be. And so we really need to get to those structural solutions. And I think for the EU, and then I can comment on the global as well, that piece that Luca mentioned around mortgages, I mean, and the role buildings play in economic resilience is really important. We know, as the Bank of England has done similar studies, the central bank in the UK, mortgage performance tracks energy efficiency performance of buildings. Now, that is a risk that can be managed at bank level, individual bank level, but if there's an external shock like a gas price crisis, it can become a macroeconomic shock, right? And this is the kind of understanding we really need to build if we want to leverage finance and financial change in a different way. And I think very similarly around energy security benefits of buildings, we have seen governments pour so much into helping out households that didn't have energy efficiency buildings with a little bit more foresight and understanding buildings as critical resilience and security infrastructure. We actually look at a very different way of financing buildings. On the global agenda, I mean, there's a lot of innovation going on as well. I'm particularly excited giving a shout out to, there's now the African Energy Efficiency Alliance as well, which is great, and I think a great partner to work with also for the EU at global level via its Global Energy Transition Forum. But the 2 or 3 things I quickly wanted to highlight is the UAE, the United Arab Emirates have come forward with last year in Baku with their Global Energy Efficiency Alliance. They want to have that at the intersection of efficiency and private finance. I'm very excited to hear more from them about their plans going forward as well. Over 60 countries have signed up. So I think there's a potential vehicle to bring ideas like we've got from the EIB and so on to scale. The Brazilians are leading a coalition on energy planning, and you might ask me what's that to do with finance, but actually planning is at the heart of unleashing finance, and very often we have a supply side bias in energy planning, and we really need to get energy efficiency demand side intervention on par, and that will also unlock finance and visibility also for energy companies. And finally, because we've got the EIB here, I mean, MDBs are doing innovation, but in terms of scale, we don't have a target for energy efficiency lending. I think only 18% of mitigation lending current goes to end-use efficiency. That's not in line with the 1.8 trillion I think we need for the doubling energy efficiency target by 2030. So this is really where we also need to see more leadership from development banks to say, okay, we want to spend more and we want to spend better. It's not only quantity, it's like we heard in this conversation, it's also about quality.
Thanks, Lisa. As usual, we are getting so much to the end of the show. I'm going to have to shut this part of it down, or the last part. But I really want to thank you all 3 of you for being on the show with us, and also our guests from before. It's a really interesting snapshot into what is going on in the EU. And Lisa, thank you for also going beyond that into some part of the international world too. It's been an interesting 6-part series. We've had Dan Jurgensen on, the Energy and Housing Commissioner, and we've had the DG of Energy, Didi Johansson out also, and some really interesting projects happening across the EU. And even the UK gets a mention from time to time, so even the United Kingdom has a little foot in some of these activities. Thank you very much. I just want to ask Ivo to come back with literally 3 minutes left. Are you still with us, Ivo? Can you come in on the magic of Zoom?
Thanks so much, Nick.
Yeah,
and,
thank you, Ivo. Thank you for being there. We've just been given 4 minutes. That's very cute of everybody. Just give us your sense of a wrap up on this. I mean, you've probably not been watching the whole 6 series, but the show today, I think it's clear that the European Investment Bank is absolutely indispensable for the European Union in terms of catalytic funding. But as Isadora mentioned, of course, we need the private sector really badly. But what can we do with what we have been doing in Europe to kind of bridge the conversation with Lisa, in a sense, for the rest of the world? Because the EU is not an island. So just fill in the gaps here, Ivo.
Okay, thanks very much, Nick. That's very easy to do. So I think what we learn, we take as lesson from this week, and also from all these shows and our work so far on energy efficiency, is that the core lesson we see for global partners is that energy efficiency success basically is guaranteed, or can be there, when you have the triple approach of policy plus finance plus the market design. So when you have that pull and push approach, then we see this works. We have very good experience in Europe, whether it's deep renovation models, energy efficiency as a service, industrial heat recovery, and efficient district heating, and on and on. And we have sort of generated approaches that are scalable, that can be replicated. And so we see that as a success already from the so-called EU model. And we've been doing that by working via the Global Gateway initiatives or Horizon Europe and Latin America and Africa and Asia. And we have partnerships and programs basically supported also by financial institutions that help us replicate those success stories. And I think so.
You mentioned the Global Alliance for Buildings and Construction because it reminds me that it still is this year the 10th anniversary of the Paris Climate Agreement, and that initiative was born there along with the many other things. And I just want to say, I think it's very unusual and very fresh in the European Union to have these LIFE and these Horizon projects and these other things testing new ideas. I think that's a competitive advantage in the sense for the EU to have a chance of being a leader on global energy efficiency. It looks like it's going to be a tough call whether we actually do the doubling by 2030, but fingers crossed. And I want to thank everybody involved in this because the big talk here at COP30, of course, is roadmaps for nations for phasing out fossil fuels or phasing down fossil fuels. But clearly, we need clear roadmaps as well for not wasting energy. And these two have to live together as a beneficial and a virtuous circle and ecosystem. Anyway, thank you very much indeed. Best of luck with all your work. And we will now move on to the next show, live here from Belém. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Earlier this year, leaders from all over the world gathered in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, for the second African Climate Summit. And they did this in a push for solutions that can work on the continent and also for the world. Sorry about the wind. It is very windy. I'm going to try to make sure you can hear me and also see me in this. The hair is all over the place. It was a gathering marked by urgency and also by ambition and a strong call for fairer financing and stronger partnerships. To hear more about
Hello, Victor. Hello, everyone. Nice connecting with you. Aside from Patrick, whom I met during Africa Climate Summit. So today, I would say I'm a little bit excited and actually eager to know what holds for us, the youth, ahead of the COP30. So I'm looking forward to this fruitful exchange. And yeah, thank you so much.
Excellent. We're missing Siddharth Vinod. Maybe he's not in yet. He is a Forest Program and Operations Associate. There you are. Wonderful, Siddharth Vinod. I'll introduce you properly now that I can see you. You are Forest Program and Operations Associate, the African bamboo and from African bamboo. So great to have you on the show too, Siddharth. So Patrick.
Thank you so much.
I'll get back to you with a question here. You've been with us for quite a while now. Could you please tell us why and how you first got involved with the climate topic?
Yes, thank you for that good question, Katarina. You know, when we don't have time in Kenya, our focus or our voice is to spread the voice to everyone. And that's why we went to African Climate Summit in Ethiopia. And we were able to meet these people who are here and others who are not here. And our main goal is to split the information. And we learned from them. And same case, they learned 1, 2, 3 things from us. And that's why we believe together we are the solution to the climate crisis. We needed their voices. We needed this voice of Cameroon. We needed this voice from Babu in Ethiopia and other parts they work in. So it's very important. And that's why we are there. And I'm glad they responded to our call.
Thank you, Patrick. So Nadine, for those watching that might not already know so much about your organization, could you please tell us a bit more about what you do in your organization?
Sure, thank you very much for that question. So the Sahelian Initiative for the Environment and Climate, it is actually translated from French because it is actually a French organization, but given that Cameroon is bilingual, we decided to give it, an English translation so that everyone would feel included. So it is a youth-led association that works on countering environmental degradation and climate change across Cameroon, across the Cameroon Sahel and extends to the Lake Chad Basin because we are part of the Lake Chad Basin. And our main focus is on reforestation, sustainable agriculture, and climate actions. So far, we've led several initiatives, including tree planting, initiatives, most especially in schools. We have also led awareness campaigns on chemical use of chemical fertilizers. We have offered training to cooperatives on soil restoration. And despite maybe the limited resources that we are facing still as a youth-led organization, as well as the security challenges, because the Far North region, we are going through some security challenges like the Boko Haram insurgency. We, however, remain committed, to in building climate resilience in vulnerable communities like the Sahel region. So globally, that is what the Sahelian Initiative for the Environment and Climate does.
Thank you, Nadine. So why was the African Climate Summit important for you to attend? And could you tell us about why you went and what your hopes and also what came out of it from your perspective?
Okay, so it's actually a funny story because I didn't intend to attend the Africa Climate Summit, but I would say it was actually a significant moment for me because it was a transitioning moment from the classroom into a high-level negotiation space. Before attending the Africa Climate Summit, I took part in the Nairobi Summer School on Climate Justice. I think it was 2 weeks training, And it actually set the stage for me to, move into the class, from the classroom to directly prepare myself to understand how Africa's climate agenda is being shaped. And seeing it happen in real time was really eye-opening. So furthermore, I can say that what I maybe witnessed during the Africa Climate Summit was the fact that African leaders could actually come together and speak in one clear voice. We stood together, they stood together, and they said we are not just a continent facing challenges, but we are a continent, producing solutions to those challenges. So they focus on our immense potentials, the potentials that Africa have in renewable energy, in green minerals and sustainable agriculture was actually, I would say, electrifying. Also, one of the most considerable outcome was the fact that we witnessed the inauguration of the Grand Renaissance Dam in Ethiopia with their own finances, like they didn't receive any external fund, so which was actually a landmark event. However, I would say I was a little bit disappointed because, many youths like me did not actually have the opportunity to partake in this event. So I asked myself, like, how can we expect to be engaged in spaces designed for us, why we can't actually afford to be there? And this is actually what is happening right now with COP30 in Belém. So we have seen, the high cost of flights where a few people or few youths can actually afford. So the Africa Climate Summit, in as much as it was a landmark event because it was my first time attending such spaces, I believe that, if we put enough funds maybe for the youth to actually partake in such spaces, I think we'll go a long way in achieving the solutions required, to fight the climate causes, I would say.
Thank you, Nadine. Siddharth, if I understand it correctly, you are based in Addis Ababa. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Mm-hmm. So could you please tell us the status of climate action now in Ethiopia from your perspective, please?
I think currently when you look at the landscape of Africa and the conversations that are going around, right, where Africa is the next forefront of climate action, right? I think the eye of the storm in all of this is and will be Ethiopia, right? It is the second largest population, as you've seen from the two countries that were trying to get COP32, that was Nigeria and Ethiopia, the two largest populations. You do see that the direction of climate action towards larger populations is becoming big, right? And Ethiopia has been leading on it. Ethiopia is one of the first countries to start a national initiative on tree planting, right, with a target of around 50 billion trees, right? So there are big ambitions set. If you look at the country, even in the mobility space, right, it's one of the first countries that has almost banned fuel-based cars into the country, right? They're moving to electric vehicles, and now with the dam set up, there is a larger direction towards more renewable energy, more holistic development, right? And I see Ethiopia being at the forefront of food production because with its aim to be the food basket of the continent, right? When I look at the country, I compare it to my home country, India, right? I see it as two countries that have been import driven and are moving towards being self-sustaining through their initiatives that are taking place. And a big model that they're building it around is climate action.
Thank you so much. That's really encouraging to hear. And the news about the transport policy and the EVs has reached my home country in Sweden. Also the news from what's happening in Ethiopia. This is really not really what we're doing at this pace that you're doing it. So that's really impressive. So what would you say from the African bamboo perspective is the most overlooked climate solution here when it comes to scaling sustainable materials, just like bamboo? What needs to be done?
I think number one is to understand the value chain. I think what we really don't pay attention to, right, is the entire value chain of building a sustainable commodity. What we are working in is right from the ground up. We're working with an untapped asset class. We're working with an undervalued resource commodity, and we're working with an extremely unbanked community in the highlands of Ethiopia. The bamboo that we currently work with grows above the coffee growing regions of Ethiopia, grows above 2,000 meters, grows in the extreme highlands of Ethiopia in an ecosystem called the Afro-Montane Highlands. These are highlands that stretch across the 4 eastern countries. That's Ethiopia, Kenya, Rwanda, Uganda, a small part of Sudan. Yes, and when you look at all these elements, you're talking about a completely unspoken of commodity and a forest ecosystem. It's not often that people talk about bamboo in Ethiopia, but after India and China, Ethiopia actually holds one of the largest bamboo resources, natural bamboo stocks in the world, right? So when you look at it from that standpoint, we are not just manufacturing or producing a sustainable material, we're building an entire value chain that allows for job creation, that allows for rural economy building, that allows for market access and a large scale market creation within a rural economy, which as coffee has done in Ethiopia, bamboo will do the same. And that's how we're looking at this particular commodity.
So that's a strong vision. I mean, coffee, Ethiopian coffee, everybody knows Ethiopian coffee, right? So, well, that's very promising. So turning now back to Patrick, what can you say, Patrick, in general about climate action in Africa? I mean, Africa is a continent, it's vast, but you are a representative in Africa. So I would like to have your views on what's happening and what do you see that is coming. I mean, now we hear from the Ethiopian perspective, but what have you picked up from other regions of Africa, other countries, Patrick? You're muted, dear.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Thank you, Patrick.
Okay, yeah. I'm saying from my perspective, I've been able to engage in Africa continent. I've ever been in Ghana, I've ever been in South Africa through catastrophe. We don't have time. I'm here in Kenya representing. I was there recently in Ethiopia, and that's why I meet these great guys and others that we met. But I noted in Africa, a lot of information is not yet in the ground. So we need to amplify this voice. And I believe Babu organization, Nadine, and others who are part of us can grow this momentum. In Africa, there is still financing is very low, and still communication. And very great if we don't have them is doing something great that is expressing the implementations of what we are doing. So I think we need to do a lot, especially for Africa continent. We need to bring these voices together and let the momentum take the space.
Thank you, Patrick. So Nadine, what could you add? What is your perspective from the used, vast, and beautiful continent of Africa when it comes to climate action?
Is it for me? Yeah, we need to inspire more.
Okay.
May it be youth. Yeah, we need to inspire all. to be part of it, and in the digital spaces, through telling the indigenous people the opportunities for the impact, global feasibility of African voices. I think we all need all that.
Thank you, Patrick. So Nadine, what could you add, please? We cannot hear you. You're muted. Could please unmute. If you're in a quiet space, you don't need to mute during the session. Are you not muted? No? Let's see what my technician team says here. Okay, while they fix this, so you fix it, let's turn to Siddharth. What would you like to add, Siddharth, from this? I mean, you spoke about the Ethiopian perspective of climate change, but what could you tell? Could you give us an overall perspective from other countries and other regions of Africa, please?
I think it looks promising, right? We see the Africa Forest Landscape Restoration Program, which is looking at almost restoring 100 million hectares across 32 countries. We're looking at Rwanda's Green Fund, for example, which has been largely investing into green infrastructure, into electricity, into the forestry space. We're looking at the same in Niger as well, where they're having farmer-led, where the farmer-led regeneration fund is putting in a lot of money for community-based afforestation efforts, which we're trying to do the same in Ethiopia as well, right? The future does look promising because I think, at least over the last 2 years, from my experience, there's a lot more conversation on implementation, which has been key. Because a big drawback, I think, in the climate sector, in the afforestation sector, which usually happens in rural ecosystems. What we need to really pay attention to is that most of our projects, most of our large-scale, impactful initiatives, apart from solar and potentially wind, happen in extremely rural ecosystems, right? So when a project is set up, you're not looking at it solely as climate action, right? Because the minute you do, you take the communities out of it, right? So when you look at a project, when you look at a restoration project, when you look at a large-scale development project, especially that has climate action, how do you incorporate communities well? How do you implement projects the right way? Because I think what has happened in the past is where you have large-scale implementation plans that you cannot meet, and you promise communities things, right? And when you don't deliver, you lose a large scale of trust, right? And trust is a big factor when it comes to climate action. You need to get people in ecosystems to trust you about something that they cannot see, that they cannot feel, right? And which is why I say implementation is key, because if they see implementation, they see trusted implementation that happens very consciously over the promised period of time, they will start believing in the concept of climate action. And we will see a larger, more coordinated effort across the countries in the continent that are making the impact that we want to potentially make, and not far-fetched dreams of where we can potentially get to.
Okay. Thank you for that input. So let's see if we can get Nadine back on air and hear you again, please. So I'd just like to, great, we can hear you. Your perspective on what's happening in the African continent when it comes to climate change. Climate action, well, climate change, we know it's happening there, of course, too, but climate action.
Okay, so I think I'll take a stance of a youth who is, more worried about the impact that we are witnessing. And I would say, in as much as the state of climate action in Africa, we've witnessed recently how African leaders are becoming more unified and confident. we witnessed during the Africa Climate Summit, the declaration that was adopted, which was the Addis Ababa Declaration, and it actually positions Africa as not just as a victim, like I said earlier, but as a hope for climate solutions and sustainable growth. So the youth as well are also taking up space. We are no longer waiting. We are implementing local solutions at our own level to drive global and sustainable impact when it comes to taking climate actions. So, but beyond the ground, I would say people see, climate action in a very particular way. Like they are not just thinking about achieving net zero by 2050, but they are thinking about daily life and survival. A mother is thinking about her farms, her crops. A herder is thinking about finding grazing lands for his cattle, for instance. And a young graduate is thinking about, getting a job in the solar energy or maybe green industries. So the challenges sure may be bigger, but even the funding gap as well. But since it does not actually reach the people who are actually on the ground, putting localized solutions to cope with or to adapt with the impact of climate change. But I believe we could look more into that and channel more solutions for that.
Thank you, Nadine. I'm glad we got your sound back on. So thank you very much, Patrick. Unfortunately we have to end now. Thank you, Patrick. Thank you, Siddharth, and also thank you, Nadine, for sharing your perspectives. And let's hope there will be a new summit next year. Do we know there's going to be a new summit next year in somewhere in Africa? Does anybody know this? Jump in. Not yet.
No, not yet. I think the big one is 2027.
Okay, so we'll learn when the news comes out. So excellent. Best of luck with your continued work. So now we're going to talk a little bit about something else. As you all are aware of, Bill Gates' statement, the tech billionaire Bill Gates' statement shocked the global community with his long essay that was published just 2 weeks before COP. And some interpreted this text as Bill Gates turning into a climate delayer or even denier. Others defend him. But what did he really say? Our friend Dave Borlas made a great video about this controversy in his YouTube channel, Just Have a Think. And let's watch this.
I think every single person on this planet needs to be educated and re-educated about climate change. We are dedicated as the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change to embrace this education issue.
We can look into the eyes of our children, our grandchildren, and we can finally tell them that we have joined hands to bequeath a more habitable world.
L'accord de Paris pour le climat est accepté.
State Congress voted to ban abortion. Alternate universe located.
Global temperatures rise.
The effects on social media on Generation Z.
To avoid catastrophe, rising
predicament really isn't much more complicated than that analogy suggests. On Monday, the 10th of November 2025, the 30th session of the Conference of the Parties to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate, otherwise known as COP30, kicked off in Belém in Brazil. Ahead of the meeting, COP30 President André Aranha Correia de Largo wrote a 10-page letter to delegates full of very fine words about historic levels of global cooperation and climate finance and new technologies and the need to innovate and adapt and preserve forests and ensure justice for the most vulnerable. All very relevant and crucial stuff, no doubt about it. But in the entire 10-page, 5,000-word document, you will not find a single mention of the words oil or gas or coal, and the phrase fossil fuels is mentioned just once, in a sentence so hopelessly ambiguous it's a wonder it was included at all. So are our global leaders properly focused on the real priority here, or are we being led by a bunch of busy fools? Hello, and welcome to Just Have a Think. There's always a furious flurry of PR activity running up to the annual COP conferences, isn't there? Think tanks publish reports with data on everything from falling renewable technology costs to the most recent atmospheric CO2 concentrations, and environmentalists post op-eds and articles planting their own rhetorical stake firmly in the ground. One of the most common assertions we've been hearing in the run-up to COP30 from political leaders like Senor Correia de Largo and techno-optimists like Bill Gates is that we should all be patting ourselves on the back for how well we've done since the historic Paris Climate Agreement back in 2015. Significant collective progress towards the Paris Agreement temperature goal has been made, says the COP president in his letter. From an expected global temperature increase over 4 degrees Celsius, according to some projections prior to the adoption of the agreement, to an increase in the range of 2.1 to 2.8 degrees Celsius, with the full implementation of the current nationally determined contributions, or NDCs. Climate change is serious, but we've made great progress, says Bill Gates in the first sentence of his recent 17-page essay. There's a doomsday view of climate change that goes like this, he says. In a few decades, cataclysmic climate change will decimate civilization. The evidence is all around us. Just look at all the heat waves and storms caused by rising global temperatures. Nothing matters more than limiting the rise in temperature. Fortunately for all of us, Bill explains reassuringly, this view is wrong. Although climate change will have serious consequences, particularly for people in the poorest countries, it will not lead to humanity's demise. So just a couple of thoughts here. Firstly, no serious climate scientist that I've been listening to since I started this channel 8 years ago has ever suggested that near-term human extinction is a likely outcome of our warming climate. And there's some clever wordsmithing going on here by Mr. Gates, isn't there? It will not lead to humanity's demise, he says. But of course, there's a massive sliding scale between everything is fine, nothing to worry about, at one end of the scale, and, oh dear, every single member of the 8 billion strong human species has disappeared. Along that sliding scale, we will likely see a whole spectrum of chaos before we ever get close to extinction, like coastal cities flooding with millions displaced by rising seas, once fertile farmland turning to dust under relentless heat waves, mass migrations and border tensions as people move simply to survive, resource wars over water and food in regions already on the brink, spikes in food and energy prices that push fragile economies into collapse, and political extremism feeding off the anger and fear that follow. None of that spells the end of humanity, but it almost certainly spells the end of stability as we've known it. Secondly, no serious climate scientist that I'm aware of is basing any of their climate projections on simply looking out of the window at what's happening today, as Bill Gates infers. Those projections are based on meticulous fieldwork by thousands of research scientists all over the planet, including extensive paleoclimatological analysis and extremely sophisticated climate modelling that can be very accurately validated by running the models backwards to see if they match what actually happened in the past. Bill knows that perfectly well, of course, because he's not an idiot, is he? But let's leave Bill's little missive to one side for now and have a closer look at those numbers that Senor Correia de Largo quoted in his letter to the COP30 delegates. Saying the world has gone from 4 degrees of projected warming to somewhere between 2 and 3 degrees is a bit like saying we've reduced our nuclear arsenal from 40,000 warheads to only 20,000. I mean, it's definitely a reduction, but it's not an overwhelmingly comforting one, is it? And it's worth drilling down into those temperature projections a little bit further using the United Nations' own data. Back in 2015, just prior to the COP21 Paris Climate Conference, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change published its so-called Fifth Assessment Report, or AR5, and in that report they showed us this chart of various emission scenarios, or as they call them, represented concentration pathways, or RCPs. Those RCPs corresponded to predicted rises in annual greenhouse gas emissions, shown on the left-hand vertical axis as measured in gigatons of CO2 equivalent per year. RCP 8.5 was sort of a notional worst-case scenario that assumed extremely rapid growth in coal use, high population growth, very little technological advancement, and no new climate mitigation policies from any national government. That was really not an accurate representation of what was happening at the time. So it was generally accepted that RCP 6.0 was a better gauge of what became known as the business as usual, or BAU scenario, with CO2 equivalent emissions rising quite dramatically to 80 gigatons per year by 2080, followed by a 20-year drop back down to a measly 60 gigatons per year by the end of the century, as a bunch of as yet unproven technologies like direct air carbon capture and storage, and mass adoption of hydrogen as a fuel all kicked in at massive scale to heroically save the day. Now, an important aspect to pay attention to here is the range of possible annual emissions, represented by the purple shaded patch surrounding the black projection line. That range suggested that RCP 6.0 emissions could be as low as 43 gigatons per year, or as high as 85 gigatons per year by 2100. And this is where Senor Correa de Largo gets his 4 degrees Celsius number from. The likely RCP 6.0 projected temperature range was between 2.1 and 5.8 degrees Celsius. Fast forward to today, and we can use the latest emissions gap report from the United Nations Environment Programme, or UNEP, to see if we can find Senor Correa de Largo's quoted projection of 2.1 to 2.8 degrees Celsius for our current situation. And sure enough, there it is in this chart on page 21 of the report, in the first column called Current Policies Continuing, 2.8 degrees loud and proud in the especially big circle in the middle. But we've got those pesky range lines again, haven't we? They tell us that our current range is actually between 2.1 and 3.9 degrees Celsius of warming. And hang on a minute, because the colour key just above the chart informs us that there's only a 66% chance that we'll stay below that number. So it's by no means a given. And even though there's a 90% chance we'll stay below the green line if all current policies are strictly adhered to, that still leaves a 10% chance we won't. And the range on that line goes from 2.5 to 4.6 degrees Celsius. Scientists are now finding that the global climate appears to be responding to anthropogenic forcing far more rapidly than previously thought, so that's likely to be nudging us up towards the higher end of those projection ranges. And what do you reckon the likelihood is of all nations sticking to those current policies in today's geopolitical environment? In April 2024, a Berlin-based non-profit climate science and policy institute called Climate Analytics found that none of the G7 members are on track to meet their existing emission reduction targets for 2030, which are not yet collectively aligned with 1.5 degrees Celsius. Under current policies, the G7 are set to reduce emissions by 19 to 33% by 2030 compared to 2019 levels. This is at best half of what is needed, which we estimate to be reductions of at least 58% over the same time period. 2025 is supposed to be a global stocktake year when all countries are meant to submit new, strengthened, nationally determined contribution or NDC plans to the United Nations. By the end of October 2025, in the run-up to the COP30 meeting, only 64 out of 195 countries had done so. In that same month, the World Meteorological Organization, or WMO, informed us that between 2023 and 2024, the concentration of atmospheric carbon dioxide exhibited the largest increase since measurements began back in 1957, reaching 424 parts per million. The consequences of all these things were assessed very recently by the Financial Times, hardly a bastion of radical environmental activism, eh? But their October article provides us with the chart showing the record CO2 concentrations, and then it shows us that we've already gone past one of our Earth system tipping points as our coral reefs suffer mass die-offs, and that we're about to sail past another 5. That doesn't mean the West Antarctic ice sheet or AMOC or the Amazon rainforest are all suddenly going to collapse and disappear tomorrow, or even this year or this decade, or perhaps not even this century. but it does mean those processes have now been triggered, and once the tipping point is reached, there's no going back. And then there's The Lancet, another publication not known for its hysterical, unqualified hyperbole. In fact, it's about as cautious and conservative a journal as you're likely to find. But its 2025 countdown report tells us that the health threats of climate change have reached concerning, unprecedented levels, and that delays in taking climate change action are resulting in millions of avoidable deaths every year. The Lancet points out that in addition to the impacts of climate change, the failure to transition to clean energy sources also led to 2.5 million deaths from fossil fuel-derived outdoor air pollution in 2022, and 2.3 million deaths from household air pollution derived from the persistent use of dirty fuels and technologies inside people's homes. And the report goes on to explain that in response to soaring fossil fuel prices, governments around the world turned to costly subsidies to keep energy affordable. This generated a global net fossil fuel subsidy of almost $1 trillion in 2023, using funds that governments could have alternatively allocated towards activities that benefit rather than harm local health and well-being. 15 countries even allocated more funds to net fossil fuel subsidies than to their national health budgets. So, contrary to Bill Gates' assertion in his recent 5,500-word essay that there is simply not enough money to address immediate health threats and invest heavily in climate change mitigation all at the same time, in fact, there's plenty of money slopping around. It's just being controlled by the wrong people. And those people are predominantly linked to the fossil fuel industry. Just look how private banks switched from green loans to fossil fuel loans as soon as Donald Trump won the 2024 US presidential election. Even Gates himself, via the Gates Foundation, has, according to the investigative website DSMOG, donated $3.5 million in recent years to a think tank run by a man called Bjorn Lomborg, who the DSMOG team describe as a climate crisis denier. For many years, Lomborg has been arguing in op-eds and lectures and broadcast media that there are more important global issues to prioritise than climate change, writing in April that it is not the existential threat that some would have us believe, echoing precisely the words that Bill Gates used in his recent essay. So as we watch our noble leaders at the COP30 climate conference in Belém, or at least the ones who could be bothered to turn up anyway, discuss many of the perfectly legitimate and extremely important questions of global cooperation, climate adaptation, halting deforestation, protecting ecosystems, and improving the health and prosperity of the world's most vulnerable people, we could be forgiven for thinking that the goal of the mighty fossil fuel lobbyists to distract, delay, obfuscate and confuse the messaging around the need for an urgent and rapid reduction in the combustion of coal, oil and methane gas has been very successfully achieved. And at least while the global political direction is currently being manoeuvred and manipulated by a grossly ignorant and ill-informed man full of nostalgia for the good old days of post-war American prosperity and dominance, perhaps there is some justification for the high levels of cynicism that now surround the United Nations COP process. But let's face it, our modern capitalist world is ultimately driven more by market forces than it is by politicians, isn't it? And in that system, the best product at the lowest price will always be the winner in any marketplace. And if you strip away all subsidies from all energy production, it becomes clear that renewables like solar and wind, backed up with energy storage in technologies like pumped hydro and batteries, are now winning the race against fossil fuels in almost every part of the world. So I'll leave the last word to the President of Finland, Alexander Stubb, speaking at a meeting of COP30 leaders on the Friday before the conference started.
So let me finish by noting that COP30 must send a clear message that the green transition is here to stay and that fossil fuels have no future.
Now, I imagine there'll be some strident views on this subject, there usually are, so if you're harbouring a burning desire to express your opinion, then as always, the place to leave your thoughts is in the comment section below. That's it for this week though. Don't forget to like and subscribe if you enjoyed the video, and you can also directly help keep the lights on around here by joining the heroic group of channel supporters over at patreon.com/justoverthink. And I must just give an extra special thank you to the folks whose names are scrolling up the screen beside me here, all of whom celebrate an anniversary of Patreon support in November. Most important of all though, thanks very much for watching. Have a great week, and remember to just have a think. See you next week.
Definitely we see an image of the Amazon River and La Floresta. This amazing space where we can understand that a lot of people is thriving with nature, with resources, with wisdom and ancient ways of coexisting with life. That's the difference, or sometimes what we are not able to feel from the city, because in the jungles that we live, full of concrete, we have missed this connection with La Floresta, of the forest, you know? It's even trickier a bit, like how they call it, La Floresta. Such a sacred place for all of us. While navigating through the Amazon, while navigating through the Rio Tapajós, that's important to mention, is one of the biggest aquifers of sweet water of the planet. And you have the chance to be there next to the pink dolphins. It's just a magical creature that reminds us that the fact that we exist on the planet is already something so hard to understand and to process that we just give it for granted. We give for granted our resources, we give for granted our families, we give for granted those communities that are protecting La Floresta for us. Those indigenous communities that have learned how to coexist, how to take only what is needed from the forest, rather than overtaking, rather than consuming and over-consuming sometimes just because we want to fill our egos. So it's not about confrontation here. It's about how we learn from each other, understanding that people from La Floresta, people from the city, people from the government, people from the different stakeholders have their own story based on their experience of life. But when we have spaces that we can share and create these synergies of energy, we're actually finally creating this mycelium of stakeholders, this mycelium of actors to help us to protect the forest. And I keep repeating the word wrong, but it's because I have been in Brazil already for 2 months, 1 month and a half. I have the amazing opportunity to navigate through the Rio Tapajós, that is an arm of the Amazon River. In this space, we got the chance to connect with communities such as Tupinambá, São Domingos, Munduruku, communities that during the last week have been involved in protests here in the venue in COP30 in Brazil, Belém. But then we need to ask ourselves, why are these communities compromising their times, compromising their own well-being? Because they don't need to go and come straight to Belém to pass through hunger. Sometimes don't even have a space to sleep here next to the venue because of the high prices. They don't need to be here, but they do it because they have this feeling. They have this feeling of urgency that you might also have. But the difference in between them and us is that they are actually in the first line against the mining companies. They are in the first line against the atrocities the aluminum companies are doing. Companies that are actually funding such spaces as the one that we are right now. Is that bad? Is it bad that the resources that we are using are actually helping us to have this communication, have these synergies of energies? Or is it an opportunity for us to share the knowledge? But the problem and what the indigenous communities want is include us. Getting to know people that is 1,000 kilometers in the area, that receive 2 badges from 300 people that they are, is less than 1% of them being able to share their realities. That's not something that we can accept and normalize. That's not something that we can keep accepting and just looking at the other side and say, okay, I am here, so I don't mind. When we see the news, there's a lot of people saying, oh, these bad individuals that come and break the protocol. The protocols has brought us into the emergency moment that we are here. So we don't need to break them. Not with violence, but with innovative ideas, with solutions. Solutions that doesn't need to come from Mars. We just need to look in the ground. We just need to look how the people is living in the Amazon, how the people is living in the Asia Pacific Islands, how the people is living in Africa Mama. That's what we need to do. That's why Aiton Krenake, an indigenous philosopher, says, the future is ancestral. This is not the end of the world. This is the very beginning of a planet of thriving communities, of a planet where we are gonna succeed on coming back to nature, because it doesn't matter how much we wanna pretend we are not part of it. We are nature. You drink water, you need air to grow your plants, you need silk to wear your clothes. Everything is nature. Don't forget that. Ciao.
I think every single person on this planet needs to be educated and re-educated about climate change. We are dedicated as the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change to embrace this education issue.
We can look into the eyes of our children, our grandchildren, and we can finally say, tell them that we have joined hands to bequeath a more habitable world.
L'accord de Paris pour le climat est accepté.
State Congress voted to ban abortion. Alternate universe located.
Global temperatures rise.
The effects on social media on Generation Z.
To avoid catastrophe, rising sea levels, and dying coral reefs, the epicenter of a global pandemic.
No exception for rape or incest.
So loads of things contribute to climate change, but if we had to name the two biggest contributors right now, they would be energy and they would be also food. About 1/3 of global warming is the result of how we grow, distribute and dispose of food, and there are many more environmental impacts beside that. We have a pretty good idea of how to fix the energy problem, electrify everything and make clean electricity, and also use energy efficiency. But what about the food problem? To discuss that issue, please join me in welcoming three wonderful guests. To discuss this, they are Andres Mogro, okay. He's the program coordinator of Fundación Avina, a sustainable development foundation working all over Latin America. We've got Natalia Luglio, and she's the director of Fazenda Floresta, an ecological farm in the state of Sao Paulo. And by the magic of Zoom, we have Michael Grunwald. He's the author of We Are Eating the Earth, a best-selling book about the problems with our food systems. So, Michael, I'm going to give you the pleasure of starting first because you're farthest away. Your book really does go deep on a wide-reaching issue. For those watching, what do you mean when we say we are eating the earth?
Well, thanks so much for having me, and I apologize. I'm calling from a very depressing business park in the middle of Southwest Florida. But you know, when I say we are eating the earth, essentially I mean agriculture is eating the earth. Our cities and suburbs are now about 1% of the land on this planet, and our farms and pastures are nearly 40%. We are losing a soccer field worth of tropical forest to agriculture every 6 seconds. And so really this natural planet that we have and that we love is becoming an agricultural planet. And that has huge impacts on, it's the leading driver of water pollution. It's the leading driver of water shortages. It uses 70% of our fresh water. It's the leading driver of biodiversity loss. And it's also responsible for about a third of our greenhouse gas emissions, a third of our climate problem.
So before we were doing a mining operation on planet Earth, now we're doing a farming operation on planet Earth. So yeah, okay. Many people are aware that the agriculture cuts into natural spaces, but there's also the question of chemicals. I mean, we've got fertilizers from the fossil fuel industry, we've got pesticides from the fossil fuel and chemical industries. Is that an issue too? What's the alternative?
Sure,
yeah.
Sure, there are plenty of issues with our, diesel tractors and crop dusters emitting carbon dioxide, right? You've got the cows burping and farting methane that everybody laughs about, but it actually is a real problem. And as you mentioned, fertilizer and also rice fields, creating all kinds of problems. Fertilizer literally made from natural gas, from a fossil fuel. But the main climate problem with agriculture is from deforestation and wetland destruction. Trying to decarbonize the planet while continuing to tear down trees for agriculture, it's like trying to clean your house while smashing your vacuum cleaner to bits in the living room. You make a huge mess because all that carbon from the forest or the wetland goes right back into the atmosphere, but you also cripple your ability to clean up the mess because forests and wetlands currently soak up about a quarter of our carbon emissions. So it really is a land use problem as much as it is a chemical problem.
Good. Stay with us, Michael. Natalia, you're director of Fazenda. Can you tell us more what makes this project unique in the Brazilian landscapes?
So the big problem in Brazil about carbon and land usage is that we are cutting down forests so we can produce food, but we have 28 million hectares of good land where we could grow food. They're not being used. They are just divested, like they're there without any usage. So what we are doing in São Paulo, there is the Atlantic Forest, is that we are restoring this very destroyed pastures and turning these areas into a very productive plantations. So we are increasing the yield of the production, and so we don't need the same amount of land that other people usually do. So we can reduce the area where we grow food and we grow more food using less area, so we don't have this problem of turning forests into pastures. And the thing is, when in São Paulo, that is the Atlantic Forest, we only have 12% of the native vegetation left, and we are still cutting down these areas. So we really need to hurry and start to restore this vegetation, so it doesn't end, because it's coming to an ending point. Like, we cut down mostly everything. So when I work with coffee, and coffee is one of the most one of the productions that releases more carbon in the atmosphere and uses more water. And when we grow those coffee plants in the agroforestry system, we don't need almost any water, and we can reduce the carbon emissions and have a better production, and people can make more money out of these areas without cutting any trees. So it's a big thing.
It's an agroforestry system that you're working with. So you're kind of working with nature rather than against it.
Yes.
Yes. And is it a form of regenerative agriculture? Is the soil becoming healthier because you're not using chemicals? Tell us about that bit.
Yes. One thing about agroforestry is that we follow what nature usually does. So instead of cutting down everything and putting a lot of fertilizers, pesticides. We just create a safe environment so the plants don't need that much pesticides, and almost actually we don't use any pesticides, so it's a very good thing. You release the amount of money you spend on pesticides that usually come from Europe and other countries, and we use things we have on the farm. So the trees that we prune, we chop those pruned the wood, and this turns into a fertilizer. So we
do you make biochar? Or do you make something called biochar? Or
we do. We use biochar. We use just regular, not burnt wood. We use the coffee.
Yes, the coffee shells.
Shells, yes.
Yeah. Okay, got you. Yeah. Okay, I understand. We'll have a little look at more dive into that. Let me bring in Andres. For those that may not be familiar, what does Fundación Avina do, and how does it relate to agriculture and food?
Thank you. Thank you very much for the question and for the invitation. Fundación Avina is a civil society, but also philanthropic organization working in Latin America for the last 25 years. Our objective is to take care of the planet, but with the human dignity at the center. And we have several projects ongoing in the region, one of which is related directly to agriculture, called Andes Resilientes. And Andes Resilientes is currently a regional project implemented in Ecuador, Peru, and Bolivia, and it's supported by the Swiss cooperation and implemented by Avina and Helveta Swiss Intercooperation. And it's focused on family agriculture. And it looks at the other side of agriculture. Agriculture is also very heterogeneous in the world. It's not always the same situation. In the case of the Andes of Ecuador, Peru, and Bolivia, around 60 to 75% of all the produce that is generated by agriculture comes from small families where the main workforce is the family themselves, with land smaller than 5 hectares, and that is suffering from different impacts of climate change, not just making them more vulnerable, but they are in the process of aging, for instance, because the parents that are working on agriculture, they don't want their children to work in agriculture, because in the Andes, being a farmer means that you're poor, and it shouldn't mean that. And the average age of the farmer in the Andes is now nearly 50 years old, which means that in a few years, we're going to begin to have a problem where we might not have people to dedicate themselves to agriculture because they are vulnerable because of different externalities, one of which is climate change. So that what we're trying to do is to bring that reality onto the articulation with different levels of government in the 3 countries. So with the governments of environment, of agriculture, of social inclusion, and to make them see that the beneficiaries of the policies that they're implementing are actually the same ones. So the family agricultures farmers are the ones that the Ministry of Agriculture is working with. When the Ministry of Environment thinks of who are the most vulnerable in the agriculture sector, it's the family farmers. And when social inclusion thinks who are the poorest people in this country, it's usually the family farmers. So trying to find that articulation is something that Andes Resilientes has been trying to do for the last years.
This is very interesting. And this aging of the farming population is not just in Latin America. I mean, the chocolate, the cocoa crops in West Africa are suffering from exactly the same problem: climate change and an aging population of farmers, and nobody wants to do the job. This is a big story all on its own. Let me just go back to Michael a little bit, because I'm very conscious that you sat in a car park in southwestern Florida. My brother lives down in southwestern Florida, so I know it. I don't know your car park. What's the main message of the book? I mean, everyone seems to be gathering around regenerative agriculture, Michael. It used to be you had the big seed companies and pesticide companies with intensive agriculture. You had organic agriculture on the other side. and nobody could agree which was the better. Is there some happy balance in the middle with regenerative? Does that make sense? Or do you have a different kind of recipe for a sustainable agricultural system across the globe?
Well, in some ways, I'm agnostic to that question. I was really struck by what Natalia said about how they're making more food with less land, because that's really where I'm for high yield agriculture, and I've seen it done in an industrial way, I've seen it done in a regenerative way, and I've seen it done in a mix. But if you're making more food per acre, then you don't need as many acres to make the same amount of food. You eat less of the earth. And I think that's really important. A lot of the regenerative movement, they focus a lot on that it's maybe a little bit better for the biodiversity of the soil, or a little bit better for the biodiversity of that particular piece of land. And that's great. And I think, good soil can help us grow more food. But I think it's important to remember that agriculture, right now it uses a landmass the size of all of Asia plus all of Europe. We're looking at 12 billion acres of the planet. And, the bigger it gets, the smaller nature gets. And the real loss of biodiversity is when nature is transformed into agriculture. It's not when agriculture is transformed into more intensive agriculture. So I think in general, this idea that we need agriculture to be more productive and not more extensive, to make more food per acre and not use more acres to make food is really important. Sri Lanka, they banned agrochemicals, right? They got rid of all their pesticides, all their fertilizers, and within 6 months, their yields crashed. They had food shortages, food riots, the government fell, the president fled. It's not a really good model. So again, there are some real downsides to intensification, and we need to be mindful of them, and we want to really press our farmers, and particularly our big farmers, to make less of a mess, but we don't want to push them to make less food, because we're going to have to make more food over the next 30 years than we've made over the last 12,000.
Are we allowed to go down the rabbit hole of meat on this subject, right? Because I mean, there's a lot of land being converted to provide food for cattle, right? And
Absolutely.
I mean, I'm not saying I'm virtuous. I am a vegetarian, but I started being a vegetarian after being taken to a slaughterhouse in Nairobi, Kenya. I think if people took people on bus trips to slaughterhouses, the conversion rate might be a bit higher than having meetings about it. But yeah, the rabbit hole of meat, or is it just not worth fighting it? We can't change this overnight anyway, so whatever.
Well, I mean, it is going to be hard, but all of these things are hard. If it were easy, somebody would have fixed it already. And we can't just hand wave away the problem of meat. Right now, about 4 of every 5 acres of agriculture on this planet are supporting livestock before we eat them, right? It's either pastures or it's growing crops that we feed to our animals. And right now, the biomass of our livestock weighs 15 times more than the biomass of wild mammals. And in the rich world, we eat 4 times as much meat as they eat in the developing world. We're on track to eat 70% more meat by 2050, and that we're on track to deforest another 2 Indias worth of land by 2050. And that just, what environmentalists say about how there's no planet B. Well, if we continue on that path, we're going to need one. So we are going to have to, particularly in the rich world, we're going to have to eat less meat, and particularly less beef, because cattle uses about 10 times as much land as poultry or pork. But at the same time, we're also going to have to make meat more efficiently, because like I said, if it was only 2 times as much land instead of 10 times as much, that would make a huge difference. It's kind of like Willie Sutton said he robbed banks because that's where the money was. Well, if you're a climate hawk, if you care about emissions reductions, you have to care about beef and meat generally, because that's where the emissions are.
Got you, absolutely. Natalia, I'm not going to ask you if you're a vegetarian or if you're a meat eater, but when you come to where you're operating in the Atlantic forest, do you see the pressures around you of the intensive meat industry growing food for cattle? And is this the land that you're rehabilitating, restoring, bringing back to life? Okay.
So and I started working in a livestock farm, and we started the transition into agriculture because we saw that it was more profitable and also better for the environment. And the thing with cattle farming or all the livestock industry is that we produce very little calories in these areas. We can't really feed people with beef or chicken, poultry, cheese, anything. We need a lot of land to produce food for these animals. And in my region, we can see this, like the soy production is coming, and we have a lot of pastries there. And these pastries are almost all the areas in my city were supposed to be protected areas for forests, and people cut it down a long time ago, and now we see animals going around all in these protected areas where water was supposed to grow from the floor, like the water. I don't know how
The
to say,
water
like
table, the water underneath.
Yeah. We should have waterfalls and water coming from everywhere, and we don't have it anymore because we have all these animals going around and not allowing the water to come. So people are starting not to have water in their houses anymore. It's crazy.
Because the whole ecological balance has been
Yes.
damaged. Yeah, exactly. This requires, I mean, planning is important, but it's good what Lula has done here to actually reverse the rate of deforestation. But everybody says with the Amazon that we need to not only reverse the rate, we need to actually stop the deforestation and restore the land that has been damaged and use that for the productivity of agricultural crops. Yeah. Just coming over here, I mean, you're a different part of Latin America, but is that also a challenge, a tension between farming systems, the production of meat versus the production of, I don't know, corn or vegetables? Yeah.
I would say that in the Andes, it's not as much, but you will see livestock farming practices in family farmers because the animals are a complementary source of income, but not necessarily from the selling of meat or beef, but milk or cheese. But that does create a problem in terms of the advancing of the land that is dedicated to pastures. So what we've seen, for instance, is we've seen instances where the livestock that is dedicated for those complementary income, like cows, are replaced with llamas, because llamas have a different way of eating the pastures. They don't grab the pastures and take them out from the roots, but they cut at the.
They're more like sheep.
They're more like sheep, so they don't create that problem with water sources, for instance. So what we're doing now is in many of the instances is promoting the replacement of cows with llamas, and also promoting the consumption of llama meat, for instance. But the level of agriculture that family farmers have, of livestock farming that family farmers have, is not really an industrial amount, but it's more of a complementary income, like the creation of honey, for instance. That's also a complementary activity in family farmers.
I mean, the production of food is interesting to the extent that, of course, people need food because if you don't have food, you die. But also people need healthy food, don't they? Because if you overconsume bumper amounts of food, then maybe you get overweight. And I mean, in parts of Africa now, meat has become so readily available, the level of heart disease has gone through the roof, and diabetes, because suddenly from being very poor people, some of the middle classes in Africa now have huge availability of food that they'd never had in generations. A bit like in Europe. I don't know if it's the same probably in the States, Michael. I'll bring you in a second. But in Europe, you know, after the war, suddenly people had access to huge quantities of food and overindulge. Now everybody's trying to lose weight rather than put on weight. I mean, these are the kinds of strange imbalances as well. So it's about health as well. I mean, do you believe that the systems you're working on in the Atlantic forest with repairing the damaged land from cattle pasture land damage are also producing food that is healthier for the people in Sao Paulo?
100% sure, yes, because our food is more has more nutrition because it has no pesticides or anything that forces it to grow. It grows by itself, like in nature, like nature works. But one thing about that is that we need to change our food system. Like people can't be forced to eat that much meat. Like in Brazil, we have a very big industry that
It's campaigning for people to eat large amounts of meat. Yeah.
And it's crazy because we are actually dying because of that. The more poor you are, the less access to vegetables you have. So people are not, they are only eating processed food and processed meat. And we are dying. Brazilians are dying because of that. Indigenous people that are not living in their communities anymore, people from favelas, we are all eating because we don't have access to real food. And all we think about eating is meat.
Michael, what about healthy food versus quantity?
Well, here I might be a little bit of a buzzkill because I do think these healthy food issues are really important, but I think there's often they get conflated with these agricultural questions in ways that I think are not quite right. That you can use a soybean and turn it into edamame, right, which is very healthy, or you can feed it to a pig and make bacon, which is less healthy, right? The questions of our diets, it's absolutely true. We're eating too much processed crap. We're eating too much red meat. We are eating too much sugar. And those are problems, but they are somewhat separate from the problems of how we grow things, right? The problems with, people eat too much Doritos or they eat too many Twinkies. It's not because it was grown on an industrial farm or because it was GMO seeds that make it bad. It's just bad, right? They're Twinkies, they're Doritos. I think a lot of people, particularly in this kind of slow food, organic farming movement, tend to pretend that this idea of eating the earth is really tied up with this idea of how we farm. But I think that's not necessarily true. I think we need to improve our diets and we need to change what we eat, but that has very little to do with how that food is grown. And the question of how food is grown, the most important question is, how many acres are we using to grow it? How many calories can we produce? And are we eating it in the form of inefficient meat or more efficient plants?
I'm going to give the last word to our friend here. So how are you dealing with the aging of the farming population in those countries so that we still have small scale farmers? And is it about, do you need a huge marketing campaign to show that being a farmer is the coolest thing in the whole world? Because it actually is pretty cool.
I think we need to change the reality that being a farmer in the Andes means being poor. And that in many cases relates to just prices, for instance, or the types of produce that we want to buy. When you go to the supermarket and you look at the tomato pile, you'll grab only the perfectly round tomatoes. Nobody wants the smaller ones. Nobody wants the misshaped tomato. So many of the products that family farmers are making or in an organic way don't necessarily fit those descriptions. And most of the profits come to the middleman. So there needs to be a way to cut middlemen and to connect the final consumers with the farmers as close as possible to ensure fairer prices.
Good. We've run out of time. This is such a vast subject. There's absolutely no way that we can cover all the issues on food and farming and agriculture and health and land and emissions and climate change. But thank you for sharing your perspectives. And I think each perspective is worth hearing. And I think the audience, I think we have about 3 million viewers today around the world. So I think they will have heard some interesting points of view of which they might agree or not agree. But that's okay too. Thanks for being on We Don't Have Time and best of luck with your work.
Thank you.
Hi, it's Nana from the Youth for Climate Action team, and I am here reporting on yesterday's most pressing negotiations and events here at COP30. First, I would like to reflect a bit more on the indigenous communities here at COP. I mean, from what we know, there are 2,500 indigenous individuals participating in COP. However, only 14% of those, so around 360 individuals, are actually accredited to the blue zone that you can see all around me, which means that only 14% of them are actually able to access negotiations and have their voices heard within these negotiation rooms. I mean, we are here in the center of the Amazon, and while it is so important to protect the Amazon forest itself, it is so utterly important to protect the people living within it. These people are losing their homes. I mean, how many more people, how many more indigenous leaders, communities have to suffer, have to die in order for us to finally hear them out and hear their voices and respect what they have to say? That is exactly what they wish for. They want to be included within these negotiations, within these debates, within these discussions. That's exactly what they're asking for. They want to be respected. We talked to an indigenous member of an indigenous community here at COP30, and here is what she had to say. Here is what she feels the indigenous communities need and how we can best support them.
O mundo precisa entender que nós, os povos indígenas, guardamos e asseguramos um conhecimento para que a gente possa frear a crise climática. Os nossos territórios são essenciais e precisam ser considerados uma política climática. A demarcação desses territórios é essencial. E é importante dizer que os nossos territórios guardam memórias e que a Amazônia não é só a copa das árvores. Ela também são pessoas que vivem aqui e se conectam com ela. É importante ressaltar que estar aqui precisa reconhecer essas vidas e a nossa luta, o nosso território. E nós precisamos estar nesses espaços de tomada de decisão para também trazer um conhecimento ancestral. Nós convivemos há milênios com a natureza sem destruí-la. E nós não precisamos de uma invenção, de uma nova ideia de como frear a crise climática. Já existe uma ideia ancestral, que é se entender como parte da floresta e cuidar dela. Então, o mundo precisa entender que nós temos a tecnologia para salvar o mundo e ela não é inventada, ela está conosco há milênios e os nossos territórios também são essas tecnologias. É esse recado que nós viemos trazer para o mundo, que o nosso conhecimento é a resposta, que os nossos territórios é a resposta. E isso precisa estar nesse espaço.
The indigenous communities are angry at the fossil fuel industry. I mean, of course they are. These are the industries destroying their homes. But it's not only them who are. If we look at the fossil fuel roadmap, and the 80 countries wanting to implement this roadmap are angry. Why? The draft text does not reflect this roadmap whatsoever, and there's 80 countries supporting it. So what are these countries doing? They are not willing to go further with the adoption of this draft text and legislation within it until it reflects this roadmap.
Everything is moving fast here at COP30 in this second and last week. Let's go through the latest updates of the negotiations. Ministers are already deep in consultations and new texts keep arriving on the official UNFCCC website. The key issues in the Muitirao package of the presidency are the implementation, the 9.1 article of the Paris Agreement, the climate and related trade, big uncertainty on adaptation finance. Technical work should have finished yesterday and the political work will proceed now. The EU pushes to include climate-related trade measures in the Just Transition Work Programme, but faces strong resistance. The NCQG remains unclear and ministers are not ready to set a numerical target for adaptation finance. There is a chance that COP might finish on Friday.
Chuck! Oh! Julia and Lana! Hi guys! So, what's the most important thing that you've learned last week from the
So we're going to end today's broadcast here from Belém, from COP30, with some music, with a very special concert. It's the premiere of the Love Your Mother concert that took place in Bolivia in the run-up to COP30. On the 15th of November, you may remember we had some of the organizers on the broadcast to talk about this concert, and now it's our great pleasure to show the concert in full, and please enjoy. Bye-bye.
We came to the Amazon with a simple intention: to offer love back to the planet that gives us life. A concert to nature. Because when we show gratitude to the earth, she responds. This is Love Your Mother.
Welcome to the world's first concert for nature, brought to you by Amazon for Life, Voices with Roots, and Love Your Mother. Why? Well, we're in a climate crisis. But what if this isn't a crisis? What if nature is trying to tell us something? What is she trying to tell us? And are we listening? We know there's a crisis. So this concert is brought to the world in honor of nature. There is no other thing for us to have gratitude for other than nature. She provides every single thing we eat, drink, wear, work in, make profit from. She is the creator of everything. Pachamama. But let's not forget, who looks after Pachamama? Is it us? Or is it the indigenous wisdom keepers of the world? Now we're here in Bolivia. We're just moments away from the Amazon. In just a few days is going to be the COP30 conference, the most important conference when it comes to the climate. Let's not forget that 85% of the world's biodiversity and ecosystems is protected by the indigenous communities, the indigenous peoples. For the last 3 days, we've been here with the elders, with the abuelos of Bolivia, from the mountains, from the lowlands, from the rivers. Why? Because without the indigenous cultures of our world, we would probably be in a lot more of a mess than we are now. They are the stewards, the custodians, and we need to remember our indigenous ways. We're all indigenous to planet Earth. The problem is we have forgotten that indigenous connection. So because of that, and in honor of nature and the custodians of most of the planet, I'd like to welcome to the stage our abuelos, Francesco, Lionel, Roberto, come and join us. This is an honoring and an opening of today's show. It would be absolutely not right to do it without our indigenous leaders. Thank you for coming to join us. Alejandro, who's joined us, is also going to speak. Now, two of our abuelos here today, they are from this community, they are from this land, very, very local to us. So thank you for coming to join us. It just felt the most respectful thing to open up the show, and that's what we're going to do. Would you like to say a few words?
Akapacha, Kayapacha, Man Kapacha, Achau Ibiriau Kinaka, Maraninaka, Waka Chachilanaka, Apua Chachila, Tataintivilka, Taxi Mama, Kaki Ibirinaka, Inti Halsut, Inti Halanta. May kasipsmawa, acá concierto kaltasina, mundo interpacha con mais tatañapa, ukwana nakah may kasipsma, aski pacha, takina nakataki, hawilya takitaki, masuma ururaki takitaki, hoyaraki takitaki. Cada cual pedimos que nuestra naturaleza esté curado, que nuestra naturaleza tiene que ser sanado de todo el mundo entero, las aguas, las tierras, el fuego, el aire, sin contaminaciones malas. Tendríamos que curar. Tendría que sanarse con este nuevo tiempo que se acercó desde hoy comenzando. Tawantin suyo, Abya Yala. Así que sea.
Thank you to the abuelos, and thank you also to the women, to Adela, to Sandra, and Alejandra. Thank you. Love your mother. So it didn't feel right to not open the show with the local indigenous communities. Thank you. We're now gonna move into a bit of music. I'm gonna sing a song, I hope that's okay, but I'm gonna start just with a little honoring of the abuelos, Pachamama, this beautiful bird here that's come to hang out with us. trenches. Minutes after they took us from the bottomless pit, but my end was made strong by the hand of the Almighty. We forward in this generation triumphantly. Won't you help to sing, yeah, these songs of freedom? 'Cause all I ever had, redemption songs, redemption songs. Emancipate yourselves from mental slavery. None but ourselves can free our minds. Have no fear for atomic energy, 'cause none of them can stop the time. How long shall they kill our prophets whilst we stand aside and look? Move forward in this generation. Take a second look. Won't you help to sing, yeah, these songs of freedom? 'Cause all I ever had, redemption songs, redemption songs. Hey, 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 hey. Bidda-bum, 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 hey, hey. Watch out. Come on, y'all. Here we go, huh? Emancipate yourselves from mental slavery. None but ourselves can free our minds. Have no fear for atomic energy, 'cause none of them can stop at a time. How long shall they kill our forests whilst we stand aside and look? Ooh, some say it's just a part of it. We've got to fulfill the book. Won't you help to sing, yeah, these songs of freedom? 'Cause all I ever had, redemption songs, redemption songs, these songs of freedom. Thank you, my brother. Beautiful, thank you.
The Amazon has taught me that I don't offer enough gratitude and appreciation for what the lungs of the earth give us. You know, these are the very beings, if you believe what I believe, that Mother Nature, Gaia, the trees are conscious, living, breathing beings. They are giving us the life force, the air to breathe and live. The responsibility that we have for the Amazon is very simple. We have taken and taken and taken as a species, and you know what? We forgot to give back. Mother Earth, Mother Nature, the Amazon is shouting at us from the top of her voice in the only way that she can, through earthquakes, storms, floods, heat waves, tornadoes, cyclones. Every week we hear about a new climate disaster. Just imagine, how else is she supposed to communicate with us? But are we listening? Well, I'm trying to, and I hope you do too.
So we're in the world's first concert for nature, being broadcast at COP30, brought to you by Amazon for Life and Now listen, we all understand the power of music. We know, we feel it in our hearts. It makes our hair stand on end when there's a song that you love. Why does that happen? Well, we wanted to know. So we have brought the Museum of Consciousness all the way from the UK to Bolivia to test the response from nature as we offer love, gratitude, and song How cool is that? Brought to you by I'm a poet, I didn't know it. I'd like to invite Carl and Kaz to the stage from the Museum of Consciousness. Brother and sister, I love you. Thank you for the last 3 days. We've been experimenting with the abuelos. We've been in ceremony. This is the 4th day of ceremony. We've offered ceremony in ritual to the 4 elements, to the 4 directions.
Hi everyone. We're so proud to be here. So our focus is the art of deep listening because we think it's a skill that we've forgotten how to practice, whether it's listening to each other or listening to the wider nature. The challenge to our artists is to change consciousness just with sound, because we think that so much of our visual overloading has caused all sorts of narcissism. So the challenge is to come in and shut your eyes and go into your own imagination. But our mission here is really to understand, as Jarvis says, the effects of sound on nature. And it's a real challenge, both ethically and practically. But we're using a whole series of technologies and techniques, both endotechnologies, where we learn how to open our senses, and we look for signs like we're seeing behind here, where we see this bird has just landed. We've had experiments where eagles have landed, and just for our performances. So we've done many different experiments in sacred sites in Bolivia.
I have been traveling around the world going to sacred sites, to places where I feel that the energy is very high there. This could be places of nature where I just feel so much awe and love and inspiration that I take that energy and I put it into the music. I want to share it with everybody because I believe that music is such a powerful medium to heal. I believe we can send our love and intention through the music to the people that listen to it. And this is a very, very powerful way of expanding consciousness. Pachamama is life. She's everything. We're nothing without her. We wouldn't exist. And we are all connected and we are part of her.
So the environment was very responsive, almost comically responsive, in the sense that when we did the wind ceremony, the wind arrived en masse. When we were doing the ceremony in the sacred site that we visited, we had 3 eagles come and sit with us. So I think that these are direct signs from nature that we are in resonance, and we don't even need recording devices to show it. We can just open our eyes and open our senses.
What I would love someone who's never been here to understand and feel is the connection that we have to nature. It's not until you're here and you're amongst the Amazon and this nature that you really see how much of it we have destroyed and how essential it is for our well-being. The difference with being in this environment, just the calmness that I feel, the air that I'm breathing that's clean, the beauty, the magnificence of it. It's so easy to forget when you're just amongst buildings and, you know, in the urban world. So if I can give them that feeling so that they could be in appreciation and look after our beautiful mother. So this track is called Aliento, which means breath. And it is inspired by the Amazon, the lungs of our planet. So unlike many of the other tracks that I've made at different sacred sites, this one I made in London. And I just made it for the Amazon rather than Thank you, Mother Nature. Thank you for this opportunity to share this message.
Thank you to the Museum of Consciousness. It's amazing. The response from nature, love and gratitude to nature, she responds to us. Don't forget that. When you're eating a toast or putting some clothes on or going to work, everything that you use, breathe, drink comes from her. So remember to offer gratitude, so important. I'd like to welcome to the stage an amazing individual artist, Alenka from Slovenia. She's a photographer, she's been with us, she's a filmmaker, and she's also a singer. And she's going to bless us with a sacred sound to Mother Nature.
Hello, everybody. I invite you that you hold your hands next to whoever is next to you, just hold their hands. And maybe just for 1 minute, you close your eyes and try to remember who you are. Not try, you just listen. once we don't speak and we tune into nature, we just feel oneness. This was a beautiful example and completely embodiment of that. Also ending with the music to the nature, which was listening and is still listening. And this shift in singing to the nature, not just taking from it, also giving, it's one of the most important messages I'm taking it. And for mother, speaking about the mother, love your mother, it's a feeling of receiving. It's like as a child you're just receiving, and mother is also all the time giving, but maybe it's time now that we give, that she receives.
We're going to invite Lauren to the stage, who's been working with us with She's going to come and offer us a song from the heart. Lauren, please come and join us.
If I were to speak to the earth and she was listening, what I would say to her right now is, I love you with all of my heart, with all my soul. And I'm doing the best that I can with my work and my path to get people to be able to listen to her, to hear her, to love her, and to express love and gratitude because she deserves it.
Wow, wow, wow. Okay, brilliant. Gosh, I'm moved, beautiful. I've really opened up my heart. And actually, for us to tread lightly on the earth, to remember nature, we need to have our hearts open. So anything that brings you an open heart, please remember it every day with every breath. Now I'm going to welcome to the stage, back to where I started. With we had the pleasure of meeting this beautiful, wonderful, gorgeous goddess of a being. She's become Om's first artist, our first signing, if you like. And we welcome to the stage the most beautiful Rachel Singh from Portugal. Rachel, please come and join us.
Broken pieces can be mended with gold. From the shadows, great tales have been told. She ate the apple, believed it was sweet, until she realized it had put her to sleep. waking dream where nothing is what it seems. Silent voices scream. Run, child, run now. Face the sun now. Sing for the moon, dance for the night, hum when the birds rise. Live your life, nothing to hide. All will heal when you look inside. When you look inside, all will heal when you look inside. When you look inside, all will heal when you look inside. When you look inside, dare to embrace that roses have thorns. United beauty from sunsets to storms. 'Cause nothing's happening in these timeless forms. We live and die, and then we will be reborn into a waking dream where nothing is what it seems. Silent voices scream. Run, child, run now. Face the sun now. Sing for the moon, dance for the night, hum when the birds rise. Live your life, nothing to hide. All will heal when you look inside. When you look inside, all will heal when you look inside. When you look inside, all will heal when you look inside. When you look inside, all will heal when you look inside. When you look inside, we can sing together from home. All will heal. Yes, it will. All will heal. All will heal. All will heal. When you look inside. 'Cause broken pieces can be mended with gold. From the shadows, great tales have been told.
There are just monkeys jumping around, dozens of them right now in this moment. And it just in this moment, it's a state of awe and wonder, which I feel is the answer to us truly being connected to everything and all, is to experience that state of awe as often as we can, yeah. And being in that childlike wonder.
Everybody, this is Rev Yearwood. So glad to be here. I was very honored by We Don't Have Time to be considered one of the top environmentalists in the world. But that really couldn't happen until I got to the Amazon. So now that I've been to Amazon, I can now truly be a part of that list in this process. But that list comes with cost, because I'm from Louisiana, I'm from Cancer Alley, from an area where the fossil fuels business plan is a destiny for our community. And what I can tell you now is that while we are in a climate crisis, and while we are in a plastic crisis, we are also in a crisis of imagination. That's why I'm so honored to bring up the next performer. She is not only an amazing actor who has been in many of the top movies. She has not only been on Broadway, where she played Mimi in Rent. She not only has a Grammy-nominated career with her voice that you will soon hear, but more importantly, she's from East Orange, New Jersey, and she is fighting for her community. She is the epitome of an artivist. I believe that we can do it. And as she says, in the middle of earth is the word art. Let us meditate, let us love, and let us fight so that the Amazon can continue. With that, please make some noise for the Grammy-nominated star actor and Broadway star, the amazing Anthony Smith!
Oh, hello everyone. What an honor to be here in the Amazon. I'm gonna start with a little bit of a song that speaks so much to what's happening in our world. But if we can all just imagine. Imagine there's no country. It isn't hard to do. Nothing to kill or die for. And no religion to. Imagine all the people living life in peace. You may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. I hope someday you'll join us and the world will live as one. Thank you so much. Thank you, OMMM. I'm so proud to be an OMMM ambassador. Thank you, Amazon for Life. Thank you, God, for this incredible tapestry. Like, this is the most beautiful art I've ever seen.
Mother Earth is who sustains us, nourishes us, keeps us safe, which is why we have to keep Mother Earth safe. It's our one and only home. There is no planet B, as they say. So we have to care for Mother Earth. So I feel like that's one of my missions, is to help awaken my fellow humans about the importance of caring for Mother Earth for two reasons. First of all, okay, how beautiful is Mother Earth? What? Spend some time in nature. Mother Earth is so astonishingly, unbelievably beautiful. That's one reason to take care of Mother Earth. And the other reason is keeping Mother Earth safe keeps us safe. It's a selfish reason to care for Mother Earth. We cannot exist without Mother Earth. So y'all, love your mama. Take care of your mama. Gotta love your mama. Mother Earth. Thank you, Mother Earth.
Thank you to my co-founder, Rev Yearwood, who just introduced me with that amazing introduction. We are co-founders of Climate Revival. We are mobilizing people of faith and people of color to fight climate change and fight for environmental justice. And this song, written by my friend Toby Gadd, came out earlier this year. It is the anthem for our beautiful Mother Earth. This is Love Song to the Earth. This is an open letter from you and me together. Tomorrow's in our hands now. Find the words that matter and say them out loud. Make it better somehow. Looking down from up on the moon, it's a tiny blue marble. Who'd have known the ground we stand on could be so fragile? This is a love song to the earth. You're no ordinary world, a diamond in the universe. Heaven's poetry to us. Keep it safe, keep it safe, keep it safe, 'cause it's our world. It's not about possessions, money or religion, how many years we might live, when the only real question that matters is still a matter of perspective. Oh, looking down from up on the moon, you're a tiny blue marble. Who'd have known the ground we stand on could be so fragile? This is a love song to the earth. You're no ordinary world, a diamond in the universe. Heaven's poetry to us. Keep it safe, keep it safe, keep it safe. It's our world. It's our world. It's our world. It's our world. 'Cause it's our world. It's our world. 'Cause it's our world. It's our world. This is a love song to the earth. You're no ordinary world, a diamond in the universe. Heaven's poetry to us. Keep it safe, keep it safe, keep it safe. Our world. It's our world. It's our world. It's our world. It's our world. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. This next song is actually the song that brought me into the movement 11 years ago. I sang this song and I found out about all of the crazy things that were happening, all the pollution particularly in my neighborhood in New Jersey that was giving people cancer and asthma, and it was terrifying. And it led me to join in this movement and wanting to save us and save our planet. This song was written by a prophet named Marvin Gaye over 40 years ago. And the reason why I call him a prophet is because how did he know that all these years later, the problems would be worse now than they were when he wrote it? Amen. This is Mercy, Mercy Me. They used to be. No, where did all the blue skies go? Poison is the wind that blows from the north and south and east. Oh, mercy, mercy me. Oh, things ain't what they used to be. No, oil wasted on the ocean and upon our seas, fish full of mercury. Mercy me. Oh, things ain't what they used to be. Radiation underground and in the sky. Animals and birds who live nearby are dying. Oh, mercy, mercy me. Oh, things ain't what they used to be. What about this overcrowded land? How much more abuse from man can she stand? Oh, mercy, mercy me. This ain't how it's supposed to be. Mercy me. Yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah. Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. This last song, so that was the problem. That song spoke about the problem. And I'm gonna end with the solution. I had the honor of being the ambassador of Sunday this year. And it's a day that celebrated the beautiful sun that is beaming on us right now in solar and renewable energy. Here is the solution, y'all. Here comes the sun. Here comes the sun, little darling. Here comes the sun, and I say it's all right. Long, cold, lonely winter. Little darling, feels like years since it's been here. But here comes the sun. Here comes the sun. And I say, it's all right. Little darling, seems like years since it's been here. But here comes the sun, little darling. Here comes the sun, and I say it's all right. Sun, 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 here it comes. 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 Little darling, I feel the ice slowly melting. Little darling, it seems like years since it's been clear. But here comes the sun, little darling. Here comes the sun, and I say it's alright. Sun, 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 here it comes. Sun, sun, and it's all right. Thank you so much. Love y'all. Love you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you,
Y continuamos ahora con este hermoso evento maravilloso que Amazon for Life trae para nosotros con Voices with the Roof. Pero ahora, en vez de escuchar a estas hermosas voces que nos han acompañado, quiero que escuchemos la voz importante, el corazón de esta organización, quien ha traído y hecho posible para ustedes que esto esté sucediendo. Quiero, por favor, que le demos un aplauso de bienvenida a mi amigo Javier Calvo, presidente de la Fundación Amazon for Life, quien nos va a hablar acerca del evento de hoy.
Buenas tardes, amigos, queridos, músicos, artistas, prensa, todos. Decirles que hoy día me voy a sacar los lentes porque cuando hablo de cosas serias quiero que me miren a los ojos. Pero decirles que hoy día estoy muy emocionado porque por primera vez en la historia rendimos homenaje a la naturaleza. Este es un concierto para la naturaleza. La situación es crítica. Bolivia ha perdido 30% de su cobertura amazónica y nos hemos convertido en el segundo depredador de bosques naturales más grande del mundo, con solo 11 millones de habitantes. Pero el mensaje que les quiero dar no es un mensaje negativo, es un mensaje de optimismo, porque es increíble que cuando los corazones se unen, cuando la intención es buena y cuando uno ama a su tierra y lo que hace, todo es posible. Y en ese sentido nos hemos unido, artistas, pintores, empresarios y otros con un solo propósito, demostrarle al mundo de que esta bendición que Dios nos ha dado es nuestra responsabilidad cuidarla, defenderla y protegerla. Si hubieran más personas como cada uno de ustedes, el mundo sería distinto. Mi padre alguna vez me dijo que la única excusa que la historia nunca acepta es el miedo. Entonces no le tengamos miedo. El futuro no va a ser peor que el pasado. Plantemos árboles, cambiemos el mundo, seamos mejores humanos, seamos más comprensivos, seamos más empáticos. Yo represento a un grupo de individuos. Está mi socio Stefan. Sin él no hubiera podido realizarse este evento. Está Oscar, están Jarvis, están cada uno de ustedes y a todo el equipo de Amazon for Life. Yo soy un portavoz de una familia que va mucho más allá de nosotros. Vida con propósito. Créanme, esto que ven detrás mío vale la pena cuidar, vale la pena preservar y es nuestra responsabilidad ser dignos de la bendición que Dios nos ha dado.
En una noche clara, un caminante vio que en un rosal florido se estremecía de amor, cantando dulces penas, una rosa de carmín. Tengo una pena, dice, secretos de un querer, que es un tormento mío, que necesito vencer. Hoy tan fuerte es mi cariño, que me parte el corazón. Viajero, toqué al pasar un jazmín, habías de encontrar. Dile al oído mi cantar, dile que me has visto llorar. Caminante, solo tú sabes de mi sufrir.
Hoy te vi hasta que abrí mis ojos. No sentí estar tan solo sin ti. Déjame entregarte mis mañanas, mis tardes, mis madrugadas, solo para ti. Y si te vas, llévate un poco más de lo que pude darte, de lo que siempre soñé. Perdóname, porque no pude comprender que era el final entre los dos, y esto debía acabar. Perdóname, se hizo tan frágil.
Luminoso amor que todo lo transformas, de qué astro, de qué luz, de qué vida has venido, de dónde, por qué cerro, por qué ladera, por qué montaña has bajado, por dónde, para amarte como te amo, para amarte como te amo. ¿De dónde has venido para amarte como te amo? Días de un templo, un día llorona, cuando al pasar yo te vi. Salías de un templo. Cosas amontonadas entre latas en la mesa, tantas cosas escondidas y guardadas, todas debajo de la almohada, yeah. La noche es joven, recién empezamos, ja. Suenan canciones con las que nos alocamos. El pasado reaparece como acusación y condena. Un pasado que a la vez me consuela, me consuela.
She smiles with her eyes. She keeps you on your toes. Please don't go. You make him feel alive. Time never felt so real when she's in your arms. She smiles with her eyes. She keeps you on your toes. Please don't go. You make me feel alive. She smiles with her eyes. She feels it.
Besar tus labios dulces, carmesí, es que es un tóxico amor. Mirar tus ojos verdes, selva, es que es un tóxico amor. Besar tus labios dulces, carmesí, es que es un tóxico amor. Mirar tus ojos verdes, selva. Ya cayó la noche entre líneas, madriga la fría oscuridad. Tus recuerdos se apoderan de mi luz, entre tus ojos perdidos se me apagaron. El veneno que llevo en mi pelo no cura nada. La locura que siento por ti tan adictiva como tu beso luna llena. Dime dónde estás, llevo muchas noches sin dormir y no te puedo encontrar. Puedo recordar las veces que fuimos felices como Navidad. Tu cuerpo, tu sexo y esos ojitos tuyos y yo tu mirar. Yo aquí y tú allá. El silencio de mi locura es donde me pierdo y no me puedo encontrar.
Pedirles un aplauso muy fuerte para darle la bienvenida al fabuloso Matamba.
Na 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 na. Te extraño tanto, solo quiero estar contigo. Es que sin ti la vida no tiene sentido, girl. Quisiera abrazarte, unir tu cuerpo junto al mío, baby girl. Poder llevarte siempre donde voy. Te extraño tanto, girl. Me haces tanta falta, ¿dónde estás, baby girl? Que no ves que yo muero de ganas por poder estar contigo. Te necesito, háblame de ti, amor. Aleja de mí el dolor. Yo te quiero escuchar para estar mejor. Yo necesito sentir tu calor. Háblame de ti, amor. Aleja de mí el dolor. Ay, yo te quiero escuchar para estar mejor. Yo necesito 24 por tenerte. Cada día que pasa, baby, tú estás en mi mente. Cada minuto, girl, cada segundo, girl, contando las horas para mirar de nuevo. Yo quiero abrazarte, quiero besarte y ver el amanecer. Que esta soledad ya me está matando y solo quiero estar junto a ti, baby girl. Me haces tanta paz, que dice familia, y háblame de amor. Aléjate mi dolor. Y yo te quiero escuchar para estar mejor. Yo necesito sentir tu calor. Háblame de ti, amor. Aléjate mi dolor. Te quiero escuchar, amor. Te quiero escuchar mi canción. ¿Cómo dicen ustedes? Háblame de ti, amor. Aleja de mí. Yo quiero escuchar a la creación cantar. Juntos con la misma creación vamos a vibrar. Y háblame de ti. Aleja de mí. Te quiero escuchar, amor. Ay, te quiero escuchar para estar mejor. Quiero escucharte, amor. Quiero escucharte y abrazarte. No, 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 no. Quiero escuchar, amor. Te quiero escuchar para estar
No, hermoso.
Y quiero dar la bienvenida a una artista maravillosa que viene desde Miami. Ella es de la isla de Margarita de Venezuela, ganadora del Grammy como la artista nueva, con su disco Boy. Hoy está desde los Estados Unidos, desde Venezuela, para engalanar este show. Quiero pedirles un fuerte aplauso a la maravillosa voz, Nela.
Sobre el mar de Margarita, la luna hoy se ve casi llena. Y cerquita de la orilla, sentada espero a que me amanezca. Por la calle de mi pueblo, poquito a poco voy caminando. Las viejas siempre saludan y yo siempre respondo cantando. Pescadores de mi tierra, llenas de flores blancas que el puerto. Desde la casa de piedra, las telas bailan a contratiempo. Y en el medio de la plaza, esa es la que antes siempre jugaba. Otros niños que ahora juegan, lanzan al aire abanicos de agua. Me llaman Nela, la de la voz quebrada. Paso la noche en vela cantando coplas de madrugada. Me llaman Nela, soy candela y fuego. Si quieres que te cante vas a tener que robarme un beso. corazones grandes, un mundo de fantasía sin muros altos ni falsedad, donde solo vive gente que busca un trago de libertad. Me llaman Nela, la de la voz quebrada, paso la noche en vela cantando coplas de madrugada. Me llaman Nela, soy de Quetela y fuego. Si quieres que te cante vas a tener que robarme un beso. Ay, me llaman Nela.
Surrender.
Love.
Love.